Bazza.
Who?
Bazza. Bazza.
Who?
Bazza.
Yo. 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 Yo.
Bazza.
Who?
Bazza.
Morning, chatters. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good evening. Whatever it is, wherever you are. Camo, thanks for the 39 months, mate. First sub of the day, 39. Thanks, mate. Ace Nolix, the 45, said hi, streamer. Hey. And Audio Beats Tacos, thanks for the 26. Morning, my lord. Morning. Oh, wait, say chat. Rate your day with one emoji. In the chat. Please, one emoji.
Bazza.
Who?
Bazza.
Which corresponds to you. We need Alexa did 24 months. Think you did. Hey Baz, would you like to pie Lizzie from Wanted in the face? She is 8 subs from it. What does that even mean? Do I want to pie someone in the face? I don't know if I want to pie someone in the face. Do I have to do it? I don't want to pie someone in the face. Just say yes. Yes? Sure. Pie him in the face. How about you pie him in the face? That sounds good.
Bazza.
Who?
Bazza.
I don't know if I want to pie someone in the face. I might get cancelled for that. I don't know. I'm gonna get cancelled for pieing in the face, so. Lady Dania, thanks for the 44 months. Insert witty comment here. Thanks. Thank you so much. Chat, so I was gone for a couple days. Working on the next Vanted video. It's in the later stages of editing, so hoping this video can get out in the next, like, couple weeks, so you know, just wanted to grind out a few Rockstar shots for it. Apologies. And also, one of the days I just needed to chill from Serious RP. Because Serious RP, very, you know, very good, very fun. I'm sure very good for story, but Jesus, I fucking, you know, yelling at people in character is like, oh my god. It's a lot. It's a lot. Because believe it or not, chat, I don't actually yell at people IRL over video games. It's very hard to sometimes do that. I don't just randomly fucking like screech at people like a maniac, so I honestly really do have to lock in on serious RP talks, otherwise it's so hard for me to like do it. I'm gonna lock it in. To the point where I have to, like, for the most part, hide chat during serious convos. I usually have you guys up, like, 24/7. I mean, 24/7 on the stream, not just 24/7 in general, but you know what I mean. I usually have chat open the whole stream, but when I'm doing a serious convo, I'm gonna lock in. Reese, thanks for the 38 months. Love the streams, Baz. Hope your day has been well. I fixed the cam, I think, chat. I think. Let me see. Hey. Oh, do you guys want to see a funny photo I put on my Instagram? You guys want to see? I have a confession to make, chat. I have a confession. And I'm sorry that you kind of have to find out this way. But I've been holding on to a secret. An IRL secret. And I think it's finally time that I expose the truth. Okay, you guys ready? Yeah, I have a secret that I haven't been telling you. I've been hiding it. Hiding the secret. Oops. Hold on. Which one is it? The secret is, chat, is that I have a son. This is my son. This is me and him. I'm sorry that I held off on telling you for so long. This is my son. This is my son on his first day going to school. It was recorded, so yeah, just thought I'd like to share that with you. The photo is not cut off. Well, it is cut off, but like the photo doesn't go any further up. That's literally just where it cuts off. So there is no more. It's not like I've cut it off. That's just where I couldn't fit in the frame. So yeah. So that's where I was, guys. I was taking my son to school. And I want to apologize. Thank you. Sorry about that. Guys, check the latest fan art. Oh, I think I did see that this morning, actually. Hold on.
Bazza. Bazza.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on now. Look at that. You fucking kidding me? Come on. Look at that shit. Oh, my God. Finally, someone made Barry look handsome. How cool is that? Oh, you captured Barry, like, perfectly. Like, the beard in the server is so scuffed. This is what I imagine his beard to actually look like. Dude, he's even got, like, the anime, like, slouch pose. Jesus. Come on. Come on. Dude, that's fucking mad. Who did this? Tora. Can we get some love in chat for Tora? Look at that shit. Oh shit, then we got Shang. Oh, you guys are going crazy with the art. Oh yeah, I saw this. Oh my god. Nostalgia. Oh my god. You guys go crazy with the art. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Not gonna fucking lie to you, lads. Also, this week, I believe once Cray's done playing his stupid little fairy tale, pretend to be a knight or whatever game. That was a Skyrim or whatever. Once he's done with his stupid little RPG game, even though I literally play roleplay all day, which is actually like role playing, whereas in those games you don't usually role play, you just kind of play the game. So by me saying that it's like weird or lame, it's kind of more so insulting myself than anything. But other than that, once he's done with that game, I believe what we're doing, I'm gonna leak it a little bit, is I think what Cray wants to do is me and him are in the same server in Minecraft, and when one of us dies, we both die, and we're gonna try and beat Minecraft in the same thing. So that'll be fun, and it'll probably be like there's no way we do it in one stream, so it'll probably be like multiple. So yeah, it's either gonna be amazing or it's gonna be the worst time of my life. So either way, it'll probably be enjoyable for you as a viewer, but maybe not as much as me. We need an eyebrow tutorial. What? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be honest, my eyebrows just kind of, I don't know. I just kind of do it. Do I pluck them? No. Well, I get like, sometimes there's like random hairs here. Because I'm like, I used to be like an ape like 10,000 years ago or whatever. 100. How long has it been since humans were monkeys? Like 100,000 years or something. I used to be a monkey, so I still got a bit of that going on. No, I don't I don't wake up every day and go, oh my god, gotta change the eyebrows. So it's just not really what I do, is it? Sublime, next to 28 months, dude. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Exclamation Discord if you're an artist and you have any fan art, or if you're a weirdo metagamer and you like to know everything about RP. Or those are really the only options of why you would be in the Discord. It's either fan art artist, fan art enjoyer, or metagamer. Those are really probably the main reasons. Or memes, I guess. The memes is the problem is I don't know half of these memes like this. I don't even I don't know what this means. I got no idea. Like, I play in the server and I don't even know the references to half the memes. So like this, I don't know what this is. I've only had Barry for a day and a half, but if anything happened to him, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. See, I don't know who this is meant to be. Saying they're gonna kill themselves for Barry. See, I don't get it, but I appreciate it. I don't know what. Are you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go ape shit? I don't know why Barry is Princess Peach here. I don't know. I just kind of let it do its thing. I don't know. I'm sure somebody gets it. Or somebody understands. Hi. Hello, Leah. Everyone say hi to that first time chatter. Alright, I'm gonna do my best not to scare the first time chatter this time. Here we go. How are you? Wait. Here we go. How are you, first time chatter? I noticed that you chatted in this room for the first time. Why is that?
Bazza Gaza. Bazza Gaza.
Already gone. Already gone. They're already fucking gone. Dude, it's like, I don't even, you can't even say like bad you scared. I said hello, dude. I said hello. They never come back. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong. Dude, you took too long. What? It was like 10 seconds. That's as fast of a reaction as you can fucking get in this chat. It was your tone. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Fucking hell. It's good I'm fucking Australian, isn't it? AP Cactus, 6 to the 43 months. Maybe I gotta be like those other streamers that lower the bass in their mic so that their voice sounds deeper, even though they don't actually have that deep of a voice IRL. You know the ones I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say names, but there's multiple.
Bazza Gaza. Bazza Gaza.
And then they do this thing like this, where they roll their voice, so it's like, yeah, I'm not whispering, and my voice is just naturally deep like this. Yeah, what's going on? So that's not what you sound like. Number one, they're just whispering to do that little. Nobody has like a voice, you know. Pancake, 6 to 36 months. Like Cray. Do you think Cray lowers his voice? Oh, man. Fuck it up. If Cray lowers his voice, I'd hate to hear what his normal voice is. If that's the lowered version. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah. Please ignore that the bottom of this can says Bazza. I don't write my own name on my property. This was given to me at a Red Bull event.
Bazza Gaza.
This was given to me at a Red Bull event. I don't write my name on the bottom of like my, you know, my like bottles like I'm a fucking 5-year-old. You know, like I'm going to school with my bottle and I don't want to lose it kind of thing. I just haven't wiped it off. It's like permanent marker, so. Let's see the tag in your shirt. What the hell does that even mean? First of all, I'm wearing a jumper. First of all. Oh god, I'm fucking dying today. Oh god. Porky Chop, thanks for the 8 months. Hi Baz and chat. Baz smile. Thank you, dude. Dude, I had to have 6 eggs this morning. No sauce. No sauce. I had no sauce in the house. I had to just eat the eggs, like, with just, like, salt and pepper on it. It was horrible. It was so plain. Oh, my God. What sauce? A good tomato sauce. Beautiful. I didn't have any sauce. Literally just eggs. No hot sauce, no nothing. Literally egg in the pan, egg taken out of the pan, salt, pepper. It was fucking horrible. That's probably why I'm coughing so much. I'm dying from it. I don't do hot sauce. I'm not a spicy guy. Except for, like, roleplay. Not, and, you know, I shouldn't even say that, because for the first time chatters that are coming in here, like, when I say shit like that, I'm referring to, like, Grand Theft Auto, the video game, and I only, I role play in terms of like stream. I don't like role play off stream. I don't want people thinking like, oh, you like role play. You know, I'm like talking about someone else, because I don't do that. I know there's probably a bunch of people in this chat that role play IRL, okay, but that's not. You know, I do it for the stream, the video game. Yeah, I don't ERP. Just want to make that clear. God, I'm actually dying. Annie gifted a sub to David Buchanan. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. Oh. God, too much pepper on my eggs. Oh, chat. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm dying. Sorry. See me fucking coughing. So. Today. Probably a bit of roleplay, maybe. Probably a bit of roleplay today. Probably should get on Barry. Might kill some people. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Might shoot someone. Might shoot somebody today. Who knows? Haven't decided. Haven't decided whether or not to do that. So, maybe. That might happen today. Just find a random again. Okay, first of all, I haven't shot any randoms. I don't go around just shooting randoms in the server. And I got DC'd from the fucking server. Okay, I shot the fucking crackhead that... Okay, yes, I shot the crackhead that came to the block and said... And told me, fuck you, I'll fucking kill you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I shot the crackhead that said to Barry, get out of the car, I'll fucking beat your ass or some shit. So yeah, I shot him in the head. Sue me, come on. I mean... That doesn't count. That doesn't count at all. You would have done the same thing. You would have done the same thing, to be honest. Have there been any other good games coming out, chat? I saw there's like a few. I saw obviously that there's Oblivion or whatever that Craig's playing. Is there anything else that's come out, or is every game still doo-doo? What's the reality to this answer to this question? No, there never is. What's the most recent video game you played, chat? And be honest. Don't like. I want honest answer of the most recent game you've played, and I don't care if it's like. I don't care if it's a mobile game. I want honesty in this chat room. TF2. Oh dear God. League. Schedule 1. Schedule 1's still. Schedule 1's fine if you didn't play it when it like first came out. It's definitely still a banger. Helldivers, Brawl Stars, Solitaire. I unironically have played Solitaire multiple times. Unironically. I'm a great solitairist. Dreamlight Valley. I don't know what that is. What do you know what Dreamlight Valley is? It sounds...
Bazza. Who? Bazza.
Oh dear God. Is this the target demographic of my fucking chat room? Is this what I should be catering towards? Oh my God. This is what my viewers play. This.
Bazza. Who? Bazza.
Jesus Christ, dude. I've definitely played it. Oh my God. What even is it? You just play, you're just like a Disney character. Fucking hell. Okay. What's wrong with that? It's just, you know, it's just maybe out of my area of expertise when it comes to video games. Maybe. So. Yeah. I only have 1,000 hours on Stardew Valley. It's crazy every time somebody brings up Stardew Valley in this fucking chat, the hours go up. Every single time. It started as like, oh, you've got 5 hours in Stardew. Oh, you've got 20. Oh, you've got 200. Oh, you've got... It goes up every single time.
Bazza. Who? Bazza.
No, not because I fucking play it more. Because someone in chat wants to make it seem like I have more hours in Stardew than I actually have. And the thing on the thing on for the sponsored stream I did where it showed like, you know, how many hours, you know, it was just for the sponsor. Okay, it was just so, you know, they would be like, oh my God, this guy's played a lot of different games. So don't, anyone that was there to that, don't listen to that. Thank you. Nothing wrong with liking Stardew. I never said there was, technically. Spuds, thanks to 42. Jenny Mo, thanks to 8-month resub. Shaker, thanks to 24 months. Hello, Mr. Babish. From Babish Cooking Universe. What? Oh, it's a bald guy. Oh, it's a bald guy. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I haven't heard that. That's the first time I've heard that one. So, old guy with a beard. Yep. I just heard something on fire. Fuck is what actually is that? That's not good.
Bazza Gaza. Bazza Gaza.
I did just open Nopixel. Okay, I'm just gonna see if my fucking game, if my character catches on fire. Which one is my house? Can somebody tell me which one my fucking house is? Can somebody tell me which one my fucking house is? This one. I don't want to, dude, it's gonna spawn me at a random house. This isn't metagame. I just don't want to spawn at I don't know why I have keys to all these random ass fucking houses. What the fuck is this? Why do I have access to whatever the fuck this is? I don't know. I'm just gonna hope it's this one. Or I'm literally just gonna F8 quit out. Oh dear God, please. A billabong. Oh, thank God. And my fucking key is scuffed. That's just... he woke up in the house. And he woke up in the house, guys. Thank you. Alright. Safe. Queen Sination, thanks for the 37 months. Spice incoming Baz Shake. Thank you, dude. He's awake today. Oh, we got a couple people awake. Couple people awake indeed. And by couple, I mean literally like 2. Baz, do lamp. I don't just do lamp for no reason. Don't expect, you guys expect too much in this chat. I don't just do lamp for no reason. Special occasion? What's the special occasion?
Bazza Gaza.
Okay,
Bazza Gaza.
Stove, thanks to 85 months. Sub for lamp. I'm wearing shorts though. Don't look at my legs. Oh, it's dark in here. Holy. How you fucking see in here? Probably gonna break the light. You know what's fucked about that light? I think I've had that lamp for like, dude, like I want to say like 4 years. I haven't changed the light bulb once. I don't know how that works. I'm not even joking. I've had that lamp for like 4 years. I've never changed it, and that thing sits on all the time. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how that operates. Annie, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much. The light bulb and your underwear are on the same changing schedule. Garrett, why are you coming in here after like a fucking year and that's the first thing you fucking say to me? The first thing you want to fucking say to me is we're roasting the shit out of me. Trying to fit in with the fucking chat. Garrett, we don't have to have that relationship. We could just be buddies, you know? We can just be mates. How are you, dude? Hopefully you've been well. Anita, thanks for the gifted sub to Garrett as well. You still RP, Garrett? Or do you fucking hate it like most RPers? Did you get sick of it? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. No one's doing funny RP. The only way you can play RP is I have to like screech. I have to do serious RP I got to yell at people and pretend like I actually care about the video game. You know, it's like the only way to RP. I log in just to hang out with friends at this point. Honestly fair. Honestly fair. See, I don't have friends. I just have I have role-play co-workers. So, yeah, a little bit of a different environment over here. I just have role-play co-workers. Wake up. Maybe shoot some cops. Call it a day. Can't complain though, can't complain. Yeah, that's the only thing that sucked when there was a bunch of like servers that like popped up, is now like a lot of the good RPers are kind of like split over like 5 servers. Which is good, I mean, you know, whatever, but I can't lie, I do miss when like you had all these like crazy RPers all in one place. You know, now it's like, oh, you've got like a couple maybe in every server. So, it's on my birthday. Don't listen to Nightbot. It's on my birthday. I literally just turned, how old am I now? Fucking hell, 28. 28, and that was 2 months ago. Don't even say the word birthday in here. I don't even want to think about aging, because you know what comes next year? 29. And you know what happens after that? 30 fucking years old. Oh, God. I'm 34. It happens, dude. It happens. It happens. Don't worry. Once you hit 30, you're in like the 30 to like 45 age bracket. Here's the age brackets, ready? It goes from like, what is it, like 14 to like 16, 17 to like 19, that's the same bracket. Then you've got like 20 to like 25, that's another bracket. You've got 26 to like 30, and then when you hit 30, it's like 30 to 45, and then when you're 45, it's like 46 to fucking like 70. Those are the brackets. You fall into one of those. You're either child, older child, adult, unk status, and then actual fucking boomer, probably gonna die soon. You know, so it's kind of just like, which one of those are you? You know, as long as we can look back on our lives and be like, wow, thank God I did 5,000 hours of roleplay in Grand Theft Auto. Thank God. Thank God that's how I spent my time. There's shit exploding. What the fuck was that? I think somebody just bombed my house. Bazza is unk with boomer energy. Do you know how old you actually have to be a fucking boomer? How old do you have to be a boomer? Because I don't. You gotta be 61 years old. 61 to be classified a fucking boomer. I'm not a fucking boomer. 61 fucking years old you have to be. Boomers 2, aka Generation Jones. I don't even know what the fuck that means. But actual boomer, you gotta be 71. That's like second generation of boomers. The original boomers are all like 71 to 79 apparently. I got a little bit to go. You know what's fuck, chat? I am technically Gen Z. Do you know what fuck that is? I'm the unk of... I'm the fucking... the only thing I'm the boomer of Gen Z. I'm pretty sure I'm the last year, 1997. Is that what Gen Z is? At least last time I checked. Gen Z age range. Gen Z is usually defined as individual... Oh, wait. The most common birth year range is 1997 to 2012. I don't know if what's worse. I don't know what's worse, being like the last year of Gen Z or and being classed as Gen Z, or the Zoomer of Gen whatever the fuck is after Z, millennial. I don't know. Either way, you either feel old or stupid. There's no in between. KM Bro, 600 bits. When is Bazru plushie coming back? I need him. Right here. Look at him. This might be the best piece of merchandise Not to flex, but this might be the best piece of merchandise a YouTuber has ever made. This thing is so soft. Look, if I could snap my fingers and make more, I would. Look, he's even got a little bandana. Look, he even like moves. And he sits. You can just sit him anywhere. You could probably sit him on this fucking pole. I don't know. Maybe one day. But then it loses its exclusivity. You know? What if it becomes not as cool now because I made more? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, rare collectible. You have to be an OG. I'm pretty sure I did those before RP, didn't I? Did I do it? Or did I do it at the start of RP? Like 4 years ago? I don't know. I don't know where I am at this point. Worth a lot. As why do you hate money? It's funny, you could look at my life and I could see why you might think that. I don't even spend money frivolously. I just, I spend it on, well, wanted, number one. That's, you know, having fucking like 10 employees is not cheap, I'll tell you that. I don't even know where my money goes. I literally don't spend it on anything. It just, I don't know, it just disappears. Feels like every day I'm getting taxed or some shit. Eggs, you know what it is? All my money probably just goes to eggs. You're probably not even wrong. Probably just all eggs. What was the last nice thing you bought for yourself? That new VR headset, which was like $600 for one VR chat stream where there was some kid that just said the N-word over and over. So that's why, yeah. So that was the last thing. I was like, oh, cool, I'll get like a few VR chat streams out of it. That'll be fun. And then, did one stream and it was fucking horrendous. And then I realized, holy fuck, you can't stream, anywhere that has like any kind of public room because you'll just get actual, like, I want to say, hopefully he was like some 16-year-old kid, but he was probably some like 28-year-old guy. You know, so it is what it is. Yeah. Well, for that stream, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. That's how dedicated I am to streams. But look, we'll play Minecraft this week. Variety enjoyers have kind of been in the dumps. Variety enjoyers were up good for Schedule 1, and it was like back-to-back up good, because we did Schedule 1 like 4 days in a row. But then they've been in the dumps with RP, and then RP enjoyers have been up good, because there's been a lot of RP. And then we'll do Minecraft this week, so it'll swap around again. You know, so. It'll be good. Quaxy, thanks for the 43 months and said, Baz L. Thank you. Can we do Minecraft VR fishing? No. The thing with VR, it gives me such a fucking headache. If I do VR for like an hour, it's literally it feels like my eyes. I feel like my vision literally got worse after using VR for one day. I'm not even joking. It fucked my shit up so much. Can I buy a wanted hoodie? You just want to buy all my stuff. Why is it? Everyone just wants to buy. Alright, what else in the room do you want? Huh? Alright, who else wants to buy something? Go ahead, pick something. You want to just buy it? We'll just buy random shit I got in my fucking room. What do you want? Go ahead. What do we got here? We got All Might? You want to buy a fucking All Might set? You want this? Want that? Who wants it? Hey, you want to just buy all my shit? All my personal stuff? Man. Want to buy this fake plant? The Bazza plate. Not sell it. Why would you want that? Why would you want a license plate that says Bazza on it? Why the fuck would you... What are you gonna do with that? Alright, if you could buy one thing in this room, chat, what would it be? One thing. Yeah, one thing, you buy it. What would it be? From what you can see, that's a retro PS1 still in the box. I think that's a PS5 or PS4. A PS4 or 5? I don't know. Might be 5. That's I got a McLaren hat for some reason, and I got like a Red Bull car somewhere around there. I got a bunch of Pokemon plushies. What else I got? That's about it. There's not much else going on there. What's the thing on the desk in the bottom left? This? It's a remote for the Dyson fan. We don't want to buy that. Or are you talking about the plush? Maybe you're talking about the plushie. It's my Rue plushie. I would do unnamed things for that plushie. Jesus.
Bazza Gaza.
Who?
Bazza Gaza.
We buy the remote. No, you can't buy the remote. No, nothing's for sale. I'm not selling anything. Snorlax, actually 11 months. I figured I'd better sub since I made Baz crash out over a hoodie. You guys don't know what a crash out is. Like, it's not a crash out. That's me slightly raising my voice. Look, crash out. You'll see a Baz crash out one day and you'll be like, oh my god, he was right. That's a real crash out, you know. I'll take the bald head. Nobody's buying my bald head. Thank you. Nobody's buying my bald head. Except for my future wife. She can have the bald head. By future wife, I mean, hopefully after Wanted pops off, you just find someone that's like, you know what, we'll just get, here's what we do, chat. The reality is of dating, we'll just get rich, and then we'll just buy a wife, you know? I think that might be the solution. Or a man, you know, maybe, if I get that desperate, you know what, fuck it. I'll just buy, a butler. He will just serve the actions of a butler, not anything else. Other than that. I stole my GF from my abusive buddy and married her. Good work. Great work, I guess. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, good. I guess. Hey, good. Nice work out there. Yeah, is that a W? I mean, I guess it's a W, I guess. I'm gonna say it's not a W. Anyway, roleplay, alright, guys? Roleplay. I gotta roleplay a fucking angry, depressed guy. When's 5.0 so I can just do a wacky character? When's that happening? When can I just be wacky guy? I gotta roleplay serious, tattooed MC leader, angry, wants to kill people. Come on. Come on. I'm not making a character called Billy Benson. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. You can always make a one-lifer and do what? Walk up to the fucking apartments and have some guy that sounds like fucking this be like, get out of my way, and then hold me up for a fucking bank? Yeah, I guarantee, I make a one-lifer right now, I guarantee you, some cunt fucking with the shittest sounding mic you've ever heard walks up to me, says, get in the car, we're taking you for a bank, and robs like fucking the casino or some shit with me. I'm telling you, that's literally what fucking happens. Anyway. God damn. Prove it. You wanna watch me get fucking robbed by some fucking rando? Is that what you want? Alright, I gotta lock back in. Who the fuck am I mad at again? Oh yes, the 7 people that want Barry demoted. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god, no hand push-ups. Oof. Yeah, why does Barry look like he's fucking jerking himself off with one hand? What's going on there? Ivy Grayson. I'm gonna be honest, the only thing that I think, I don't know if I want to do in the rest of these conversations, is let people walk over as Barry, as... It's so hard. Like, the whole point, I was meant to be role-playing as Barry is, like, listening to everyone in the club. But if I have another Dean situation where someone comes up to Barry and says, I don't want you as PM, but I also don't have anyone to put in the PM spot, I don't think I'm gonna let that slide. I think we might actually just have to fucking shoot him. If somebody else fucking says that. I think Barry was probably being a little bit too nice to Dean, all things considered. I mean, that doesn't mean nothing's gonna get done. I just don't know if I still want to go the route of listening to everyone and then kind of acting on a decision, or if we just start you know. Yeah. Because it's gonna take 40 years to talk to every single... I mean, I still want to talk to everyone in the club, but it's gonna take a long fucking time. Also, side note, by the way, no offense to the ladies here, when you search up ADMC and all you fucking see is mechanic, works at Do or Die, secretary, it's like, man, like, what is this? What the fuck is this club? This is a terrorist organization? We got a secretary, a fucking do or Die pizza guy, and then a fucking farmer. What the hell is ADMC doing? We got farmer, fucking 24/7 work artist secretary. Oh my god. Secretary's an MC role. Yeah, but people that don't know that, people that don't know anything about MCs are gonna be like, is ADMC a fucking lawyer firm? Like what? You know? Ugh. What's wrong with pizza? There's nothing wrong with pizza. Nobody's arguing about what's wrong with pizza. As a 10 points if you can name this song. Uncopyrighted intro music number 9. It's probably what this song is called because people kept yapping about having the intro of the fucking stream fucking muted. Even though nothing happens at the start of the stream other than me yapping. So now we get this. Now we get generic, like, whatever this is. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go get some food and figure out what we want to do. Oh, Benny's awake. Pause the main menu music. Yeah, it kind of is. Morning.
Morning. Did your hair grow back yet?
Did your hair grow back yet?
I can hear my wife calling me. Hold on, just gotta
go
outside.
Oh, don't you just fucking hate bald people, Rue?
Yeah, I was screaming bald at him for about 10 minutes and he proceeded to ignore me, so...
Bald people get really offended when you say that, so...
Oh, that's why he ignored me. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now.
What the fuck is that?
I don't fucking know.
I'm a fucking drug drop off shit. What the fuck was that? I saw my AK? Oh, I do. Dude, I'm locked and loaded. Who the fuck? Hello?
Yo, I gotta duck over to the food court, but Shang said I should probably have a chat with ya.
Sure.
Alright, easy done. I'll be back at the block soon. Pardon?
What's your ping off on the spot?
800.
Alright, bye-bye. Alright, I guess we'll go chat with Rue. I mean, to be fair, we haven't had a Rue chat for ages, so. We'll do that. God, if Rue put her fucking hand up, it's GG. If Rue put a fucking hand up, oh my God. It's fucking game over, guys. I'm gonna pack it in. What's my watch going off? Why's my watch telling me to run? What? I don't want to run. She knows not to put her hand up. You'd think the whole fucking club would know, hey, maybe this isn't the best opportunity to raise my fucking hand about the PM stepping down, and instead, I should wait till we get him back and then have a fucking conversation to him about it. You'd think that. But then I've got a fucking prospect who I don't even know even if he's even... There's a prospect that raised their hand that I haven't even seen a single fucking time since I got back. That's like, you know what? Get rid of the PM. Who the fuck are you, cunt? Dude. I think maybe if a prospect didn't raise their hand, maybe there'd be some validation to all of this. I'd be like, you know what? Maybe some of the patch members are right. But if a fucking random ass prospect is raising their fucking hand, I feel like someone's just fucking coercing them into doing it. Barry's still in the mindset. I don't believe that 7 people raised their hand out of fucking thin air. I just don't believe that. Without having any prior conversations with anyone else. And the fact that a lot of those people, from what we've been told, are close with each other. But telling me all these guys that just happen to be closer with each other within the club are raising their fucking hand, doing probably the stupidest shit they've done. And then, as Dean proved, doesn't even have a proper fucking answer to Barry stepping down. I think we might need to get a little bit more aggressive in these conversations. I'm just gonna be real. I think I need to stand on business a little bit more. Even though this is meant to be like Barry learning about their, you know, whatever. I think I'm just gonna start calling them out on their stupid opinion. Because so far, the 2 people we spoke to immediately, even though Dean tried to stick to his guns for a little bit, he was still like, oh, I didn't think it was an actual vote. Which is like, what do you fucking mean? When somebody asks you, do you think the PM should step down as a vote, and you raise your hand, like, what the fuck does that mean to you? Oh, I didn't know it was a vote. What? What? Why is my car white? What are you doing, car? That's not you, is it?
Hi, Barry.
Hello. I don't know why my car just turned white.
Did you just try to get the valet to bring it out for you?
Have you seen this, or am I crazy?
No, it looks like silver.
What the fuck?
Talk to the valet.
I just fucking crap.
Bulb.
Goodbye. God fucking damn it, dude. Sorry, I leaked me looking up crown emoji on Google because I don't know how to do the crown emoji alt code. Sorry. Only had a Bazza 4090. It is not my PC. Just so you know, any tech issues that ever fucking happen have nothing to do with my beast of a PC. Thank you very much. This thing could launch. This thing could launch any of you into space. Also, completely unrelated note to anything. Why are we launching Katy Perry into space? Does anyone know? Does anyone have the answer to why the fuck Katy Perry was in space? Does anybody know? I just saw a clip of her in space, like doing this weird, creepy smile, looking at a flower in space. First of all, why aren't you looking out the window? I'd be looking out the window being like, oh my god, it's the fucking Earth. I wouldn't be looking at a fucking flower in my hand. Oh, let's launch Katy Perry into space. I don't even know I don't even know publicity for what. For like the space for the Earth. Hey guys, this is sponsored by the Earth. I don't know what the goal. What am I meant to learn from Katy Perry going to space? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was it meant to do something? And then, but then I have to use paper straws in a fucking movie. When you suck on it once, the paper straw disintegrates, breaks into 7 pieces, falls into your fucking frozen Coke that you got at the fucking cinema to save the fucking turtles. I gotta do that, but we're launching Katy Perry into space. That probably killed like 10 million turtles to launch that fucking thing. How much fucking oil we gotta use to launch Katy Perry into space? How much was that? Probably a lot. Oh, God. But I gotta use a paper straw, because it's my job to save the turtles. Oh, my God. Look, I'm not saying bring back plastic straws. I'm just saying there's gotta be a better fucking material than paper. The thing that when it becomes wet, literally becomes soft and breaks. There's got to be something else other than a paper straw. There has to be. Literally anything. There's got to be some other material that isn't shit for the environment, that isn't paper. Dude, I'm pretty sure I ate the last straw by accident because it disintegrated. I was like, I'm not getting rid of this drink, so it probably dissolved into the fucking drink, and then I just drank the paper. I probably got paper in my fucking body, you know? Like, oh. Bring your own metal straw. Dude, I use a straw once a year. Once a year when I go to like the movies. That's the only time I'm like, you gotta drink it out. It's weird to drink like a cinema, drink out of a cup. It's gotta be through a straw. So I use it one time and then I'm gonna carry around a giant metal pole in my pocket for the one time that I want to go to the fucking cinema. And have a fucking Coke. Dear God. Why is my car still silver? That's it. When wanted makes me millions, chat, I'm going I'm going to the moon. I don't care. I'm going to the moon and I'll live stream it. And I'll say, I deserve this. Don't worry about all the money and time and oil and waste that went into launching me here. I deserve this because I'm fucking Katy Perry. Oh, I fixed it. Thank God. Alright, what was I doing before I was so rudely interrupted? But should we have a Rue convo? I feel like I want it to just be in a really random spot. Like under a bridge or... Maybe we, just go to like a random homeless spot. I really wanted to chat to you here, Rue. It's important. I'm not going to the fucking Billy. That area is cursed now. I am sad that I don't think anyone even uses the fucking billabong though. Sorry, Rue, I had to bring you to this top secret location. Who the fuck am I? What are we doing? Over here. Isn't there like a hobo camp somewhere around here? What am I thinking? Over here, I think. Here we go. Now we're talking. Come on. Yeah, this is just where I like to hang out sometimes. Chat, is there a hobo emote where I like put out my hands as if I'm getting like warmed by the fire? I swear I've seen hobos do it, so it's got to exist. Hobo. Hands. Hands up. That's it, hands. Warm. Oh, yeah. Hopefully I don't catch on fire from this. That's nice. That's nice, that is. Fuck, what was it? Warm?
Bazza Gaza.
Who?
Bazza Gaza.
The warmth there. Ooh, that's nice. 17 Fran, thanks to the 11 months, dude. Said hi, Baz. Yeah. If you're just joining the stream, Barry Benson has become a hobo. Just for this conversation, though. But when the conversation's done, he's no longer a hobo. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Oh, I just had a That's So Raven moment. Okay, Rue's gonna come over. Barry's gonna say, come on, Rue, get in. There's plenty of room. She's gonna get too close, catch on fire, run towards me. I'm gonna catch on fire, and then we're both gonna burn alive. And I'm gonna be on the ground for like 20 minutes waiting for EMS. Anyone watch this show when they were a kid? Yeah, alright. Oh.
You need a jumper.
Well, get in here, room. Plenty of room around the fire.
You really need a jumper. Holy shit.
There's nothing wrong with just enjoying the nice open flame.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. That's why I carry a molly on me at all times.
Let's see. What's going on, Rue? What's been happening?
Fuck, a lot of shit.
Haven't felt like raising your hand recently?
No. Fuck no.
That's good. Glad. Rue, smile. A real one.
I had a chat with Shane yesterday.
Hmm.
I don't know about all the shit that's been going on, stuff that's happened.
Right.
And he said that I should go to you and talk to you about it as well.
Well, what do you want to know? Fuck, sorry, I'm coughing, so.
What do I want to know?
I mean, what do you want to chat about? I can give you a few options if you like. I mean, there's, you know, video telling me to step down, come back literally the day of. I get handed a list telling me there's 7 people, potentially 8 people raising their fucking hand voting for me to step the fuck down. But when I talk to them, they double the fuck down and say, oh, I didn't think it was a vote. I just wanted to bring up a concern. The second I knew I was fucking missing for 8 fucking weeks, whatever, how fucking long it was. Got 7 other people I still haven't fucking spoken to yet about it that I guarantee will probably double the fuck down when they actually confront me about it to my fucking face. And now there's a fucking tornado coming, so...
Great, perfect timing.
The fuck is that?
Basically, yeah, I was going over all the shit with that. I guess stuff that I saw from my end of things. If that's of any benefit, I don't fucking know.
What's your opinion on some people raising their fucking hand telling me to step down when at no point leading up to that was a single mention of anyone saying they had any fucking problem with anything. But the second they know I'm fucking gone, all of a sudden some people got fucking too big for their fucking britches, thinking they can just say whatever the fuck they want, knowing that I can't fucking respond. I got no problem with people having opinions on, you know, how things should be led or should be leading or whatever, as long as they're willing to back that the fuck up. Which so far right now, nobody has been able to that I've spoken with about it. Which makes me think that these 7 people aren't just raising their fucking hands out of nowhere, and I think there's people in this fucking club that are going in people's fucking ears and maybe pushing them in a certain direction for whatever fucking reason.
I would not be surprised with that. At all. I take you know about all the Maggie shit, right?
The prospect that got iced?
Yeah. She
look,
texted me.
Right.
Oh no, this kind of ties into it. She had texted me, fucking so she wouldn't reach out to me, wouldn't fucking have an in-person chat. Sean ended up being the one to come and collect her cut and flashes off of me. The way I look at it, she's the one that threw in the fucking towel, and Sean felt the need to make a fucking sly comment towards Shang and Ed.
Bazza Gaza.
Essentially,
Bazza Gaza.
fuck, I forgot the exact wording, but it was essentially implying that they're the reason she didn't make it to patch.
Ron said that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who did he say this to?
Me. When I had picked up her cut off my fucking front porch.
I mean, look, people need to realize that it's not just about how hard you work, whether or not you'll be right for a 1% MC. There's a lot of people that would work very hard to be involved in any kind of group setting. Doesn't mean you're gonna fucking make it. That's the harsh reality of what we do here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Could they have been sort of dealt with earlier? Perhaps. But if someone's willing to put in the effort to try and prove themselves for that long and had no progression towards something else, then to me that's on them.
Yeah,
I don't have any pity for anyone that doesn't make it into this club until they're fucking blooded the fuck in. I'm sorry if I had to care about every single fucking prospect that walks through these through that fucking yard, then it'd be a very busy time for everybody. You know, I understand people have certain skills or abilities, but that's not always good enough. The reality of the situation, if you're not making a big enough of an impression in the club, then that's just it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no.
Who was it? Maggie's jacket?
So, fuck, she essentially got passed around like fucking past the parcel, right?
Wasn't she like Sean's at one point? That's what Cora said. She was like,
was she?
I don't think it was somebody else.
I had reached out to Steve probably.
Did Cora say that?
Let's
I can't
say
remember.
a couple of weeks before she threw on the towel and said, look, she needs help from a jacket that can help her out. So I had taken her under my wing and she couldn't even fucking face me to, you know, pull the plug, so I don't know.
Yeah, I could give less of a shot. The fact that it was brought up in a fucking video yesterday is stupid as fuck. It just makes me realize there's a lot of people in this club that don't actually understand the practicality of being an MC. They might see like you know, certain rules or shit we've laid out, but rules are there as a guideline. If you think you're joining an MC thinking it's going to be as strict as joining the fucking PD, whereas if you break one rule, you're fired. This is not really how that works. Rules of the club are there for people that are freshly joined to the club. By the time you get to your stage or other leaders in this club, I expect them to... I don't care if they know the rules or not, they should live by the fucking rules. They should know the answer to all the questions that those rules are trying to pose. You know. So when I'm hearing fucking Ziggy yapping his fucking head off in this fucking video, which self-admittedly, when I spoke to him, he said it was stupid as fuck, but the point still stands is that what he did was fucking stupid. I could give less of a fuck about Prospect, and anyone that actually has any kind of care towards that, I have no fucking sympathy for. I understand there might have been people that were fucking close with her or whatever, but I just don't really give a shit. Wienerman 24 gifted subbies! Rue's gonna fucking burn alive.
I was just fucking frustrated the way she left.
Dude, I'm having my
Fuck,
That's
I feel
So
like I'm
Raven
just
moment.
fucking seem like I'm nitpicking, just bringing shit up. But before that video went out, Ziggy was going around talking to club members about how Shang wanted to propose a Reaper vote for Sean. To my knowledge of what I'd been fucking told, he was doing this on behalf of Sean because Sean had asked him to go around rather than Sean going around and telling people him fucking self.
Really? Why do you think he would do that?
It's got my personal opinion. It's just a fucking coward act. Get someone else to do it so you don't fucking cop backlash for it.
Damn. What's your opinion on Sean as was as a VP while I was on? Your opinion of Sean as VP over the past few months, let's say.
I was of the opinion, after fucking Sean and Shang started butting heads, they should have both been demoted. I haven't seen much from Sean personally. Maybe I just miss him. But at the same time, when we're looking for you, Nana and I were out looking at one of the spots that one of your flashes had been left. And Sean and Sophie were out fucking boosting. And when we needed backup, they seemed very... like they were meandering on over because there was a car that pulled up that Nana was sus of. So we were waiting on them, and they were meandering over, kind of like, you know, downplaying the possible seriousness of a fucking car rolling up on us in that spot. That's how it felt.
But Sean and who's Sophie?
Yeah, Sophie.
What's Sophie known for in the club? Like, what do you think of when you think of Sophie?
She looks into finances. I haven't really spoken to her much recently. That's about it.
When's the last time you spoke with Sophie?
Like a proper in-depth chat?
Proper chat?
Never. It's only been surface level, hey, what do you want in the meeting? That's it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, if I check my notes here, that's one of the names that was raising their fucking hand about who the fucking leader of this club should be. Yet there are multiple people saying that they've never had a proper fucking convo with her. I just find that very interesting. I always find it interesting how these names, number one, want to do shit behind my back, and then number two, think they have the position to actually fucking do that, considering that every time I bring up any of those 7 fucking names, everyone's saying, I haven't seen them for ages, or I don't really know what they do, or I think he should have stepped down a while ago, this, that, the other. But yeah, they wanna die on a fucking hill of who should be leading this fucking club, when at no point did any of those people ever reach out at any point trying to solve whatever issue they had. Yeah, when I guarantee and I talk to them face to face, I'm sure they'll fucking double down. Oh, sorry, not double down, the complete opposite. I'm sure they'll fucking say, oh no, Barry, I didn't think it was an actual vote. Oh no, I just wanted to bring up a point while you were gone and not there and unable to respond to anything. I thought that was a good time to mention that I don't want you as PM.
Yeah, it's fucked. I've been trying to track down Sean for a chat for a while, because I was going to, like, bring up these fucking things to him. I haven't been able to get hold of him. I've texted him, called, fucking nothing, so...
You know what's, you know what the funniest thing is? That not a single person that raised their hand at that meeting has tried to text me or call me or chat with me. They're so adamant on wanting a leader to step down, yet they've made literally zero effort into actually trying to figure out a resolution to that. I think the only person that has had I've had any kind of mention with outside of two I've already spoken to, which I had to go to them, was BK. Now I feel like that may only be because I saw him at the fucking meeting. But I could be wrong. Maybe he's the only one with actual balls to try and resolve it. But oh yeah, I guess Ziggy jumped into prison.
I really don't know. The only thing that I can think of that would even put them on that thought path was seeing how much Shang and Sean were butting heads, and somehow throwing that in your direction by, if you were here, or, you know, keep an eye on it, it wouldn't have gone to that point, but at the same time it shouldn't have fucking gone to that point to begin with.
Listen, nobody's, I don't think anybody's claiming that if I wasn't here, more problems wouldn't be solved. I mean, I understand, you know, I'm a great problem solver, whether they like it or not, but the whole point of having a VP is to have somebody there when I'm not around. Otherwise, what is the point of that fucking role? And everyone I've spoken to so far, let alone doesn't have an answer for who, if that actually went through, who they'd want as PM. Doesn't even know if they want him as VP. So then please tell me why people want to raise their hand and say, oh, Barry should step down, but have no fucking answer on who should replace. Because there isn't one. That's the reality. We have a lot of smart people in this club, a lot of good leaders, but we don't have somebody that can properly take control yet when I'm not here. And I hope that changes, and maybe it's on me to put more effort into making that happen, I guess, but I don't know, I like to think over the past year that would have maybe slowly built up on its own, but...
I mean, when you have a VP that's been shutting people down for, what, however long, of course that's going to hinder that progression.
Seems like a lot of these names that are brought up on here seem to hang out with each other a lot more than they hang out with the rest of the club. When I spoke with Dean, he was probably the only person I've heard so far since I came back say, oh yeah, no, I saw Irish like 3-4 times a week. Shang said he spoke to Sean once in passing, and I think a couple of the others say, oh yeah, I rarely see Sean, or I rarely see this, whatever. And I'm not here to, you know, I'm not here to fucking, write down how often people are around or whatever, but if the same's gonna be done to me, if their biggest critique of me is that I'm not around to do shit, but then they themselves aren't around, then I don't know what to make of that. You know, I don't really judge people on how often they're in the city, it's about what they do when they're in the city. As long as when they're in the city, if a problem's brought to them, they actually make an effort to solve it. But yet, every time I was awake in the city, I'd have a few small problems brought to me that would get solved in the same day. And then, well then I figured everything was good, so I'd take my time to go do some personal shit that I didn't want coming back on the club. Go solve that, and then I'd come back. Oh yeah, there's like this one problem, whatever. Nothing else, everything else is good. Until the final time before I left, and I finally started getting to the root of these issues with fucking my high command and VP, and that was the first time I actually had something tangible to actually work off and actually try and solve it. So I gave them that fucking 6-day ultimatum and told them if they couldn't give me an answer on who should be VP, that they're all getting demoted. That's why the first thing I came back, even though I wasn't in the right state of mind to do anything, I still remembered what I said, so I was just enacting a call that I made back then. So far, there hasn't been a single person that has even disagreed with that, because they all realized that shit was going wrong with leadership that needed to be dealt with, so.
Who are the names again? I was there for the meeting. I saw the hands go up. I'm just fucking put a mind blank on them.
Let me have a look here. Fucking hell. Fuck, I keep pressing V. Ivy, Ziggy, Lovesick, Sophie, Dean, Kelly, BK. And I haven't spoken to him yet, but apparently he's Irish as well. Apparently he said he would have raised his hand. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but once I'm able to chat with him myself, I'm sure I'll figure that out very fast.
Yeah, I know Ivy's been off doing her thing, that's for sure.
What does that mean?
She's been... When she's been around, she hasn't been really hanging around the club. She's been hanging out with her mates and shit.
Ah. Weird how that all works. weird that the people that didn't raise their hands, I've seen every single day, around the fucking club still doing shit, but then the people that do, those names, absent. Not even just from a city standpoint, just from a club standpoint.
Yeah, no. The only reason IMV gave for me for not being around the club much was because I'm trying to think the exact wording. I'm not gonna. I don't know what she said exactly, but it pretty much was everything's really stressful right now, so I'm just going to diffuse by hanging out with my friends. That's essentially what it boiled down to. Not word for word exactly what she said. I've forgotten her exact wording.
Stressful. Yeah. Yeah, it's stressful having to validate an opinion you had on if the leader should fucking step down when he wasn't here to rebut in any way. I'm sure that would be stressful. I'm sure it'd be stressful that she's probably shitting fucking bricks that when I have a fucking conversation with her, she's actually gonna have to give me a valid fucking reason as to why she raised that stupid fucking hand of hers. Starting to think that a lot of these people actually don't have a good fucking reason for their fucking actions.
Wasn't thought through, that's for sure.
Bazza.
Ooh.
Bazza.
I need to
What are
talk
your
to
thoughts on not being seen around the club much?
about me being not around.
No, about people who raise their hands not being around the club much.
Yeah, I'm still you've known me for a long time. I always give whatever club I'm in the benefit of the doubt. As long as I have a patch on their back, I'm always going to give them the benefit of my my thoughts and not go straight to deep diving into what I would actually probably want to do to all of them. I'll be honest, I've said this to a few others. If they were doing this to the same Barry that had left the old city before it fucking shut down because of the shit with Sanguine before the Rico of BBMC, they would have all just got shot, no questions asked. You don't just raise your hand about your PM stepping down. Not just, oh, I think he should. No, it's, they were asked. As of right now, who currently thinks the PM should step down? Without a singular even thought or conversation had prior. So let me ask, what if the whole club raised their fucking hand, huh? And they actually went through with it. Do you think out of those 8 names, if, say there was an actual active, acting PM there, also known as a VP, what if a VP was actually there, saw those hands and say, you know what, I'm making an executive decision right now. We've got enough hands here. I'm gonna, you know what? As of right now, I'm PM and Barry's gone. What do you think they would have fucking said to that? They probably would have followed along. Probably said, you know what? You're right. Thinking or maybe hoping I was fucking dead and couldn't come back. Thinking, you know what? This is a good opportunity now to do what they think is right. Some of the newest fucking members of this fucking club thinking they know what it takes to actually run a fucking MC in this fucking city. Are you fucking shitting me? I want to talk about me not fucking being around. How is it that they are more around but also at the same time not by the club standards? They're in the city but they're not around. I don't know what's worse. Argue about me not being around. At least when I am fucking around, I get shit done. People bring me problems, I fucking solve them. I have to go through all these annoying ass fucking conversations for fucking hours to get people's actual true feelings.
Yeah, I don't envy you at all right now.
Hey, listen, I'm stressed out. I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not gonna go hang out with my fucking my fucking clown friends and just ignore all this shit. But I'm glad that there are people in the club that have that luxury, or at least think they should have that luxury.
Are you going to be pulling people up on it?
Well, I don't plan on going back to Oz anytime soon, and seems to me there are a lot of issues in the club that need solving, so I'm here to fucking solve them. I'm not going anywhere until I'm happy with the state of the club, no matter who's still in it afterwards.
That is fair enough.
If, so when all this is said and done, you know, I still think a VP is needed for the club. While I might not be going to Oz, you know, it'd be naive of me to promise that I'm going to be here every single fucking day, every single minute, every single fucking second of the fucking day. There are going to be times when a call might need to be made when I'm not around, even if it's just for a day or so. Is there any name that comes to you that think could fulfill that role of being VP?
As of right now, no. I can see command working together to come to that decision.
Interesting.
But at the moment, no, I don't see anyone who sticks out for that role right now.
If, say, something, God forbid, happened to me and, I was no longer, here to, fix shit and make these calls, is there anyone that you, think could even step up into that? Or do you think the club would just go into absolute shit? Is there any name that, comes to your mind that... And I know you think there isn't someone right now, but sometimes you don't always get the option of, you know, having time to think and having people grow into that position. If you had to make a rash decision right now, you were forced to make a vote of someone to step up, is there any name that you would give? Even if you don't think they're ready yet, just the closest you think to having a chance of this club still existing.
Ed Burt.
Why is that?
He's able to keep a level head. He's able to spearhead and get shit done. If he was in a position where he had to step up like that, I know he would lock the fuck in and do what he can.
Okay, Rue said... Ed Burt. DZB, next 18 months. Mighty Soul, 11 months. I hope for my sake and for the club's sake that we don't have to force ourselves into that situation before they're ready then. But who knows? Something tells me that I don't think everybody that's currently in this club is going to be happy with the end result of all this, so... Crazier things have happened than people, you know, 1% MC sabotaging their own club by whatever means. So. Who knows? Maybe I'll get to relive my past experiences and have a club member tell me to put my gun in the glove box and take me out to a random fucking shithole behind the fucking barrier and tell me he's been possessed by some fucking demon and I have to call down someone from the club to kill, or he's gonna kill me or kill him. Who knows?
highly doubt I'd get to that point. As you said, a lot of the people backing down that raised their hand, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything that I can do to help you out in any capacity?
Number one is if you see lovesick around, you know I'm awake, just give me a call.
Yep.
I'll tell him Barry wants to chat. At this point, I don't care if he knows I'm looking for him.
What's the go with that, if you don't mind me asking?
How would you feel if you were leading a group and a prospect of a group of your group, someone that's not even a member of this club, raised their hand telling you should step down? Someone that I'm pretty sure was a fucking cop at one point, has very little experience with not only being in an MC but leading a fucking MC. What do you think they would? I'd want to fucking do.
Fair enough, I don't even know why I asked that question. I completely fucking forgot, sorry.
Problem is, he's probably not a fucking dumb cunt. He's gonna realize that I want to have a chat with him, and he's probably gonna get a little suspicious, so... may have to do this sooner rather than later. If he doesn't already know.
Yeah, gotcha.
Reality is, if this kind of voids me, then I have to get someone else to have a chat with him. You know when he's usually even awake?
Oh, I've seen him around this time every now and then, but even then...
When's the last time you saw him?
Just as you got back, I saw him hanging out with Sophie.
Sophie, huh? Aren't they,
Those two are...
dating, right?
Yeah. They have been since they became part of the club.
The Sophie name is being brought up a lot. Considering how little outside of that I've heard about her, but then all of a sudden when it comes to this shit, I've heard her name a lot. But hey, maybe it's just because I haven't been around. Silly old Barry hasn't been around, doesn't know his own club.
I'd like to think that's the case, but I fucking highly doubt it.
If you see Finn around before me, tell him I need to get my cut sorted. Apparently one of them said they might have my fucking flashes somewhere, so... I think Finn said he had one, I think Sean has the other, so... If you can get those back, then I need him to stitch me up a new cut.
I'll see him next, I'll give him a shout.
Yeah. Oh, this is a cinematic angle.
Anything you want me to keep an eye out for? Anything of the sorts, or...?
I mean, pretty much any of those 7 names. Just give me some info on where they've been, what they've been doing, who they've been talking to. Wouldn't be shocked if a lot of those names pop up in terms of that. Something tells me that 7 names there are probably closer to each other than they are other members of this fucking group, so... Anything that might imply any club member doesn't have the best interests of actually solving issues within the club. Bringing up problems is all well and good, but if they don't have an actual solution to actually trying to fix it, to me that says I want to bring up issues, cause drama, and sabotage the club with having no intention of actually fucking solving them. And just kind of hiding in the background until either the club gets fucked for it or the club comes through and they say, oh yes, I'm so happy that the issues got solved, even though I did nothing to fucking try and fix it. I'll just say right now, I can't promise you that every single person on that list is still going to be in this fucking club once it's sorted. In fact, I know at the very least one of them will be gone. Just a matter of who. Or maybe it'll be all of them. I just hope something like that does happen, Rue, that you trust that if I'm doing something that drastic for the club, that it's for the benefit of the own club with my own experience of doing this shit a very long time. There's only so much you can do to help people in this club. But once they hit a certain level, or a certain point in my mind, it's they're beyond saving. And at that point, you're just endangering the entire club by not doing something about it.
Yeah, that's just fucking stupid at that point.
But look, again, I'm just gonna go around being a crazy maniac, you know? I'm gonna give my blooded-in members the benefit of the doubt. Can't really say the same for someone that's not fucking blooded into my club, but you know, I always give my patch members a chance to speak their minds. So we'll see if they actually do it or not.
Understandable. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Yeah, the reality is, chat, is I want Barry to talk with Lovesick, but I don't know, I feel like people are gonna get hunches about fucking, you know, Barry looking for him, and he might just fucking avoid Barry, so. And I don't know if he's even awake during the fucking times I'm normally awake. So he might be hard to catch. What's that?
Anything further you'd need help with, or no?
Just with whatever happens after this, making sure that regardless of anything that the ADMC continues. It's been my only priority ever since making this fucking club. We do whatever we need to do with however fucking many people we have to make sure that the ADMC name continues and exists and thrives in whatever way possible. You've been through a few downtimes before with MCs, you know what it's like. Morale goes to an all-time low, it's about building that shit back up. Who knows, maybe there'll be a few people that step up through all of this shit that get rewarded for it. I don't want this kind of shit being just purely seen as a time for, you know, the club to go through trauma and weaken and become smaller, whatever. It's a time for growth. Growth doesn't always mean, oh, we have more people, or more members, more this, more cars, money, whatever. Growth can be seen in a lot of very different ways.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sometimes you need to trim back to grow properly. Trying to make sure we're keeping jobs flowing as well, just to keep people just not hyper fixated on this. Teddy's been getting a shit ton of white cards to get fleekers going.
That's good. Tell you what, actually, if you see Lovesick, don't tell him I'm looking for him. Just if it's around this time where I'm usually awake, just send me an email.
Yeah, no.
Knock
can
on
do.
my apartment, get Shane, get whoever, knock on my door, whatever. Maybe it's best this guy doesn't know, I want to have a chat with him.
It's a good shout. I don't even know much about Lovesick either, so...
Does not surprise me.
I don't know how he'd react.
I'm going to sit here and enjoy this fire a little longer. Just be around for a bit today, so just let me know if you need anything else.
Yeah, no. Easy done. Give me a shout if you need anything.
Yeah. Alright, I'm back, chat. Hello. Sorry, I had to lock in a little bit. She just crashed. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't know if I want to have this Ivy chat yet. Like, I'm gonna be real. There's a very real possibility if Ivy says the wrong thing to Barry that she's just gonna get shot on the spot. I'll be straight up. I'm unsure if I want to have that one yet. But hey, maybe it'll escalate things. I think if Ed was around, I'd probably have it just because I need a reminder of what. Because Ivy's had problems before with the club, to the point where I'm pretty sure she's on her final fucking warning. She's had like 7 fucking final warnings. But I really want to, I don't remember what they were related to. I think it was like, it was something to do with like, something to do with the club. I just think it's funny, the only reason Ivy's not blooded out of this club already is because of Barry. I just don't think she probably doesn't have the full depth of that. That the very person she's trying to get to step down is the only person that's keeping her alive at this point. And yet, she hasn't made a single attempt to contact Barry. Not one. That goes for pretty much every... Ziggy and BK were the 2 people that reached out to Barry to try and get it solved. So that's the one thing with the BK conversation is he's got going for him. At the very least, yeah, he reached out. So. Yeah, I don't know if BK's even... What's his name? Silas? Oh, shit. Fuck, maybe we have that convo today, huh? Oish. That might be a good one to have. Because I'm on the fence about Silas. I think one conversation will be able to tell if Silas has been like sneaky and weird, or if he's actually got a genuine heart towards the club. Because again, Barry's not annoyed that people are bringing this shit up. He's annoyed at how it was done. You know, behind his fucking back when he's not around. No other mention of a fuck. What is wrong with my car? Jesus Christ. Fucking it. There's like no... Oh my god. Jesus. Turn the audio back up a bit. Maybe not that much. How am I meant to contact him again? I'll just call him on an unknown number. Fucking hell! I'm gonna find it so funny if Barry mentions to someone that these people haven't tried to contact him and then all of a sudden they magically contact him the next day. If we get a call tomorrow from like 6 people on that list being like, oh Barry, I've been trying to get in touch with ya. Oh, have ya? It's weird. Where the fuck are the payphones? Oh! Bro, there's no traction. Holy shit. There's one down here somewhere. There's one. Alright, you ready for more conversation, roleplay chat? I'll lock it back in. It's a good time to do it with this storm, so... Yo.
Hello, Barry.
What's going on, Cora? Yeah, I'm just about to chat with BK if you're around right after that.
Oh, okay.
I'll call you right after.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll call you the second I'm done, alright?
Okay.
Alright, bye. Jesus. That was my phone ringing. What? This motherfucker. I forget how I'm meant to actually contact him. I don't know if I use an unknown number or not. I don't know if I'm meant to call him Barry or not. Is the game sound still too loud, chat? Or is it alright? It's fucking guy, man. Turn it down a little bit. request a lawyer. I need a lawyer. I'm requesting a lawyer down at the cells. This fucking guy! Damn it. Fuck's sake. Clear prop. Scuffed for real. Phones are broken. What? I just called Cora. There's no way phones are broken. Cora just called me. Okay, I'm gonna call someone random then, see if it works. What do people do in this city? Who should I call? If I call someone random and they don't pick up, then we definitely know. Jesus Christ. Fucking Ursula's around. I'm gonna call... Or Jeremy.
Hello.
Hey.
How can I help you?
Goodbye.
Hello?
I was gonna ask him a question of what his job was, but I completely blanked on what the fuck was even under his tag. I was gonna be like, hey, you selling any burgers? This the burgers? Okay, so the phones aren't scuffed. So you know. Just so you know. They are in fact not scuffed. This cunt might just be AFK or he's ducking my calls. I'm just calling for a lawyer. I'm just calling for a lawyer. I'm just calling to request a lawyer. I fucking gaslit that guy into thinking I couldn't hear him. Oh, God. Oh, my God! Bro, this is worse than driving on ice. This is like... I don't know what this is. Traction does not do anything. Okay, the storm literally cleared as I did that, though. That's not because I turned on traction. The storm literally disappeared that exact second. Okay, that was really weird. No, it didn't work. I had traction on before. The storm just literally disappeared in that exact moment. Fuck's sake. No, traction did not work. Okay, so we can mark Rue off the list as well. So Rue said, no one, but if she had to, Edbert, or VP. PM step down. Oh. Was there anything else that we obtained from Rue that would be useful information? Hasn't seen many of the 7 names around at all, at least around the club. Said Ivy has been hanging around people not in club due to stress. Oh yeah, said that Sean told Ziggy to spread the video around. Wait, no, was it spread the video around or was it talk to people? I don't think it was it, did she say spread the video? I thought she said she got Ziggy to go talk to people on his behalf. I don't think it was spread. Said that Sean told Ziggy to tell people about Shang wanting to Reaper vote. Which is weird. Why would he tell Rue that though? God. Very, very strange. Oh, I forgot to ask. Yeah, I need to ask Rue about this faction shit.
Hello?
Last thing, have you heard anything from anyone about the concept of a faction or a group or a chapter?
No, I've not fucking heard that.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you. Oh my god, are you okay?
No, that was all my fault. You need a repair, you
No,
good?
you're good, you're good.
Yeah.
Damn right it was your fault, you fucking crackhead. Okay. Hasn't heard about chapter slash faction slash split. Who brought up the faction shit? That was, Theo. Theo brought that shit up. Did Ziggy say he knew about it? I think he said he heard about it in passing, right? He said he hadn't had, like, anything in depth about it, but he had heard... he said he heard it as, like, a joke. Heard... in passing, but considered it more of a joke. So I'm getting my little notes chat. I can lock in. Guess we chat with Cora then. Guess we chat with Cora if this motherfucker's not going to answer my phone calls. I mean, there is a few we could try and knock out today. I mean, we could even try a chat with Benny and all that as well. That's how long they go for. So far, my average is 2 convos a day. So, at that rate, in about 2 weeks, this will all be sorted, guys. In about 2 weeks' time, I'll finally have my answer. I mean, it's not my fault when the convos go for like 3 hours sometimes. Try to start this one more time. If not, we'll talk to Cora. Number no longer in the yellow page. This is either very bad timing for him, or that's sussy as hell. For me, I need a lawyer. Hello?
Sorry, it's Nana.
Oh, hey, Nana, what's going on?
Not much. Kevin's at the block. He said he attempted to call you earlier, but,
Who's at the block?
may
Big
have hung
Kev?
up on him? Yeah, mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be there.
Also, quick question for you. I know Colin said he was gonna mention it, but I know sometimes people can forget things. Did he let you know that I have some banana bags in case you need them at all?
No, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, Jackie gave them to me because he figured maybe you wouldn't want to have to go to the hospital if you weren't feeling the best. But, you know, obviously you need to make sure you're getting enough nutrition and everything. So if you aren't feeling the best and you feel like you might need those, I do have them. And I'm able to administer it for you. Or obviously, you know, Finn, Benny, or Ivy would all be able to do that for you as well if you were more comfortable with one of them.
I appreciate it, Nana.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
And
I hope you're doing well.
Thanks, you too.
Yeah.
I'll be at the block shortly.
All right, see you soon.
What the hell? Classic on the phone while driving. Classic. Damn it. That's it. I'm shooting a cop. Nobody ignores Barry Benson and gets away with it. All right, lock in, chat. Lock it in.
See ya.
You got any food on you, Nana?
Yeah, I do. Oh,
Jesus.
I don't know why I had dived. Fine. I got a bit, so let me hand you some.
Thank you.
And I also have some drinks. There you go.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
What's up?
Bro said, what's up? Bro said, what's up to me? What's up, Baz? Yeah, what's up, Diody? Diody! Is it weird when you say your name fast? It kind of sounds like Diady? Like Daddy? I feel like that's a little weird. Diady! I gotta lock in. I'm meant to be big, bad, scary MC guy. Alright, I might have to close chat for this convo chat room. Once I get there, of course. Try and lock in a bit. So I'm very curious to see how BK is going to react. See where the fucking exit is. Jesus Christ, I can barely fucking see. This car fucking stalking me, huh? I have a great spot. We're gonna take my old friend Silas here, chat. A great spot. Is it there? No, it's over here. There it is. Go ahead and throw your piece in the back of my car for me. Go ahead, take a seat. Rub's eye.
You doing all right? Like health-wise, after everything.
You know, about as good as I can be after being held in a fucking shithole for 8 fucking weeks straight. Operating on fucking probably sub 500 calories a fucking day. Considering I'm still fucking here walking around is honestly a fucking Christmas miracle. So yeah, I think all things considered, I'm doing alright. At least physically, anyway.
Oh, that's good.
Good for some. Now, explain to me why on the first day I come back, I'm given a list of 7 names of people that raised their hands while I was held in a fucking shithole, if I was still in Oz or in a back in LS at that point. Or people saying, as of right now, they currently wanted me to step down as PM. To the point where they're raising their hand during a fucking vote. Especially when I'm not there, number one, to even hear that, or number two, that there has been no prior, even a fucking conversation about anything that would insinuate anything close to that. Then all of a sudden, I'm bombarded with this news that's, seemingly from my perspective, out of the fucking blue. 7 fucking people that want to raise their hand in front of the entire club, openly stating that they want the PM to step the fuck down. Tell me why your name is on that list. Because I want to hear it from the horse's fucking mouth as to, what made you raise your hand that day.
I am glad that you asked this, and you know, it was always my plan to try and talk to you about it when I heard that we got you back. I figured that you had conversations that needed to be had with, you know, people more senior than myself. So, but again, you know, I reached out to you once I thought that those might have been done, and that was with the hope to explain why I raised my hand. My hand going up is purely to do with absence and not incompetency. But to tell you the truth, no one ever asked me why I put my hand up. You're the first person to ask me, believe it or not. It wasn't asked in the moment. It wasn't asked after the fact when, you know, all the names were tallied and...
That's a fair point. I am confused why Ebba didn't ask them.
And to be honest, I didn't even consider it a vote. Only one of our high command was there. That whole meeting was a bit fucked because we were talking about the Ziggy video, which was its own fucking debacle.
What do you think about
and halfway
that?
Okay. The Ziggy video is like ends versus the means. What I mean by that is, like, I thought some of the shit that he said was kind of dumb. I'm not gonna lie, and I've said this to him. But he straight up told me after the fact. He said the whole purpose of it was to try and get people to talk about this. So in that regard, I guess it worked. But the framing was kind of an issue.
Continue.
Yeah, so I didn't consider it like a formal vote. I thought it was like a gauging of interest or like opinion. The reason I say that is the meeting was called about the video and we're talking about it. And, you know, everyone's talking about the principle of shooting a prospect when some people are saying that, oh, the PM says you can walk away. Then the other side is saying you can walk away as long as you don't disrespect the club. And halfway through these discussions, we realized that there were prospects at the meeting. And we had been yapping about things that occur when you're offered, you know, a patch, you know, the stuff that you say every time. And everyone was kind of like, oh, fuck. And then it was Lovesick and Max were there. And Lovesick was like, I could leave. And everyone was like, ah, it's too late at this point. You know, you might as well just stay and
interesting.
Keep at it. And Ed was running the meeting, and he was like, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And
then the rest of the meeting goes by. We step out from the garage in the yard into, you know, the general area of the yard. And Ed reconvenes us and says, hold on, I have a question. Of everyone here, who thinks that Barry should step down as PM? And that's when I raised my hand. And that's when all those people raised their hands.
Let me ask you this then, if you pose that same question today, like I'm going to do right now, do you think I should step down as of right now? Put to a vote, right in front of your face right now. Do you think I should step down?
I would need you to answer a question first. Now that you're back, I remember you said this once, but I'll ask you again. Are you here to stay? Are you here to...
I'm not going back to Oz,
through...
which was my reason for leaving. There is nothing left for me back there after all my personal shit kind of got aired out in front of fucking everybody. Obviously because of my own fault, but as I've said a lot to the others, my reasons for going there weren't to get the club involved in anything, but of course it was stupid of me to think that in any location I go to on this fucking planet that there isn't somebody that if they learn enough info about me can use that against the club. It's just the nature of being a leader of a fucking MC. No matter what, could be in the safest place fucking possible. If someone decides to do something about it, it's going to come back on the club. No, I don't plan on going back there. As after everything that's fucking happened, there's really nothing left for me there. which, as I'm sure you've been filled in on, if you haven't heard from others or if I've told you myself, every time I mentioned going on a booze cruise for the last 10 months, basically at this point, each one of those times was me going to Oz to deal with that shit. And the only reason I would do that for such extended periods of time, was because every time I would come back to LS, my VP, my high command, my other club members, maybe give me a few small issues they had, I'd solve them, move on. Outside of that, there was nothing else that was concerning from me that I was being told from the acting PM while I was gone. So I said, hey, well, if everything's going good, if we're making money, we're doing jobs, whatever, there's nothing that's is detrimental that they need an active decision on right now, then I saw it as a good opportunity to hopefully deal with this personal shit. I didn't expect it to take months at a time. I only planned on hopefully just going there fucking once, dealing with it, and then being done with it, but some relationships in this life aren't as easy as others, so each time I'd come back and told, hey, ADMC is just Jim Dandy, you know, there's a few minor issues, here they are. Can we get your opinion on this? I'd give it, solve it, done. Go on a job, whatever. Make some money for the club. And I'd go. There was nothing that alarmed me in any way, which I guess for doing it this long maybe should have brought an alarm bell, because, you know, an MC is never going to operate smoothly, so I always have to assume that there's some kind of issue, whether it's underlying or not. Or if it's being brought up to, you know, the front of the fucking pack, but... I don't know, I guess,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was just a little preoccupied with, dealing with some other shit, I guess, so I took their word as truth and just trusted that and did what I needed to.
I will say thank you for telling me that. You know, that sounds like stuff at the high command level and not necessarily stuff that, you know, I should expect to be privy on, but it does
look, at this point, when I come back and I've got 7 people raising their fucking hands, at this point I can't afford to not be have you be privy on shit, because the only way people get the true answer in this and probably change their mind on fucking raising their hand is hearing about my personal shit. So at this point, I don't have the luxury of keeping anything to myself. You know, so I'd rather people just fucking know about everything, then get it all out in the fucking open and see how people react to that.
Yep, and that's, you know, that's why I was reaching out to you. That's why I reached out to Shang after that big meeting. I talked to him about his perspective on some of the shit that got brought up during that, like the Dean thing and the Ivy thing and all that other stuff. But to go back to your original question, because I don't want to, you know, I'm not trying to dodge answering, and I want to give you an answer about whether, if you put it to a vote right now, again, my original, I guess, issue, if you want to call it that, was purely from absence, not incompetency. So because I don't think you're incompetent, I want to make that very clear. You
remember that chat so I can write it down after.
Gets rid of that issue. So my answer is no.
I can understand the point of being posed that question and not having a opportunity to express your full side, but in the same moment, in the same vein, I guess, you have to see how it looks from my perspective when I come back, and I've given a list of 7 fucking names. One of them a fucking prospect, number 1. Which, again, you've just told me that shouldn't even be at the fucking meeting, but the fact that he's raising his fucking hand, it's just moronic as fuck.
Yeah.
I come back and hear that, and again, I know you're saying this context and you didn't think it was a full-on vote or whatever, but when I'm told from a former high command member being like, I asked the club this question, they raised their fucking hand, you can see why that would have pissed me off a little bit. Number 1, not just me not being there to actually answer, because of course I would have asked those questions as to fucking why. I wouldn't have left that fucking conversation, even if it had gone for 10 fucking hours straight. I wouldn't have left that fucking meeting without asking why. But also up until that point, again, there had been no even clue that that was that there were any issues with, regardless if it was me being around or leadership, whatever, that there was anything to do with anyone having a problem. So you can see why it confused me a little when these 7 names out of nowhere just raised their fucking hand. And of course it was shortly after this video, and I've seen the fucking video, and Ziggy self-admittedly after I spoke to him says it was fucking stupid as fuck. And I understand the point of getting the conversation going, but I can assure you there's a lot better fucking ways to do that than a fucking video about it, especially when it's something where before, right after he'd put that video out, he'd already changed his fucking mind once he knew what, where I'd been and the reasons for there, to the point where he even went there himself to try and fucking help find me. It just, look, just to be completely transparent with you, Big Kev, I'm at the point where, you know, I'm trying to figure out who actually has the best intentions for the club, or who's utilizing this, opportunity, so to say, to kind of cause more drama within the club and stir the pot, and maybe, maybe manipulate is the wrong word, but to use people that maybe have an opinion on something, but it's not quite the same as theirs. Like yourself, if you're truly saying that your biggest strife with me was not being around and it has nothing to do with leadership, I don't know if everybody that raised their hand has that same opinion, because again, it wasn't us there either. Which, while is a fault on Edbert for running that meeting and not asking that, it's also a benefit if I was somebody in this club that wanted the leader gone, not just because they weren't around, but for my own malicious reasons. You know what I'd do? I'd utilize the numbers I have of people that are a little on the fence about, oh, yeah, I have some disagreements with this or whatever. I don't fully agree with how Barry's being, he hasn't been around, whatever, and maybe use that for my own advantage. So at the point I'm at now, I'm really just trying to figure out with each person I talk to that raised their hand, is if they were raising that hand because they genuinely want what's best for the club, and they want to start the conversations about making sure that, yes, that there is going to be a leader that can wake up and solve issues when there are one. Or if it's something more than that, where maybe they just want to change in the club. Because as you know, Kev, I've been a part of different clubs where that has happened. Not even just the shit I did personally with Dundee after he wanted to fucking kill his own fucking members. But even before that, there have been... there were members that had very big disagreements to the point where they were fucking shooting each other. And the fact that that hasn't happened yet in this club is honestly a fucking miracle, considering how close it seems like it has. And I think that's a testament to the people in this club that, regardless of what they think or their opinions on shit, that they haven't pulled the trigger on fucking anybody, and I haven't come back to a fucking bloodbath. Because after hearing that shit the first night I came back, I assumed that someone was already going to be fucking dead. Kev, what spurred you on to raise your hand there? Was it simply you saw this video, you thought about it more? Was this something that you'd been thinking about for months? When did you really... what is the earliest point that you would have raised your hand if posed that question? Or is it simply, in that moment, that question made you think about it and that was just your answer in the moment? At what point did you start having these feelings of, I'm at the point now where I need to raise my hand and say that Barry needs to step down because of his absence, as you said? Is there any particular moment where you think that that your mind may have changed that? Unless it's been that way since before I fucking left, which I doubt it has.
No. So, and that no is in regards to if it was that way since I last saw you. Last time I saw you was at that big meeting on that island off the East Coast. That was not my opinion then.
Okay.
That meeting was, you know...
Fuck, so that's recent.
Since you returned. And in those 2 months, I did start to developed the, again, I'll call it an opinion because it's not a fact. The opinion that your absence was affecting the club. And had we had our PM here, I think a lot of this feuding going along.
Oh, we wouldn't have half this
the-
shit going on. People probably would have been
Yeah.
demoted. I mean, put it this way: when I told you that, every time I came back, that everyone told me everything was, roses, peaches, whatever. That wasn't the case on the final time I was in Los Santos before all this shit happened. That was the first time after hours and hours of conversations I spoke with leadership and finally was starting to get to the root of the cause that there was a huge issue with how leaders were acting and treating each other, whatever. Which I don't know if I've mentioned to you before, but at this point I'm open with it about everybody. I set the 2 high command members and the VP an ultimatum. I told them I will return in 6 days. And you 3 need to give me a name on who should be acting VP, because at that point, not only command at this point, but also other people in the club were worried about, because the whole point of a VP is to be an active PM. The whole point of having a VP is so that when I'm gone, that there is still somebody around to make that executive decision if there needs to be one, if they can't contact me or if they can't get in touch with me, whatever. Which again, even before that, if I really needed to be awake at any point, unless I was in fucking Oz, I could have been. But at no point, except for maybe a few minor times, was there any attempt to do that. Which is why I gave them that ultimatum to fix that, to prove that they could still work together and for the benefit of the club as a whole. Make sure my leaders are still in a position where they can actually get shit done. Because of course, a club isn't just who the PM is. It's not just who its members are. It's all the leaders. There always needs to be a leader of some kind for a club to function. Otherwise, it's just a free-for-all of decisions. And while a lot of us are very like-minded, that doesn't mean we're always going to agree on stuff. And I think if you join this club expecting a 1% fucking MC to agree on shit, you're in the very, very, very wrong place. I didn't make this club thinking there wasn't going to be controversy or conflict or whatever. In fact, I anticipated it. It's just the level at which it gets to without people getting fucking shot for no reason. But I gave them that ultimatum. It wasn't come to it. After the 8 weeks, after the 6 days, obviously, I didn't return. And then the first thing I did after the 8 weeks was follow through on my word of that, because I told them that when I returned, I would make a decision. And if you didn't agree, you would all be demoted. So before I was even in the right mind to do anything, I could barely even fucking see straight. I demoted all 3 of them, which is why we have 5 commander members right now until I figure out who's going where, and who can actually step up if God forbid something were to fucking happen to me, or... Again, I don't plan on going to Oz, but that doesn't make me fucking immune from just getting shot in the head tomorrow by some random cop. So... Right. I want to make sure, regardless of anything happens, that the club is always the #1 priority. In the fucking 7 years... Well, I guess I was in prison for 30 years, but I don't know how the timeline on that works. But 7 years of fucking running MCs, I've learned a lot about this shit. And my priority always is making sure that the club exists beyond any individual member. Includes myself, which is why we're here.
I want to rewind a little bit because I do want to respond to some of the things that you're saying.
Sure.
Between that last meeting on the island and then seeing you once you were, safe and secure back at the yard, in that span is when I started to ask myself, how much is Barry being gone affecting the club? And just keep in mind at that time, we did not know that you were taken.
Of course.
And so I started to ask myself, I'm watching my high command fight with each other and threaten to kill each other. And I can't help but wonder that if our PM was here that we all have faith in, then, if this shit wouldn't have been squashed. So that's when it started. And, words are worth only just that, words. But I swear to you, the next time I saw you, I was going to ask you about how much you were going to be around. I swear to you, I was going to ask that. Because remember what I said on the island. I said I miss you, and that didn't change. And even having this opinion didn't change the fact that I wanted you here.
Oh, he's doing well. He's definitely doing better than Dean, conversation-wise. Again, I'm not here to not admit fault. That, of course, me being around would have solved a lot of shit. Not everything yet. I still think. Well, I mean, I guess I had been gone for 8 weeks after that, so maybe a lot of the main shit would have been solved. But I won't sit here and promise that everything would have been solved in one day. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and say that me not being around didn't fucking didn't help the fucking situation. But again, from my point of view, at the very least, even in these last 8 weeks, I knew, I guess I had the hope that my 3 highest ranking members would not really worry about the actual ranks themselves and just realize that me giving them that ultimatum is just so that they can work together to help the club. Because ultimately, people should know at this point, I don't give a fuck about titles and ranks for the most part. They are important for allocating people to do certain things in this club, of course, but I just look for people that want to lead and people that want to follow. And I don't think even following is a bad thing. You know, before I became even VP of the old club, I followed more than anybody. I would have followed anybody in the fucking BDMC to the ends of the fucking earth. I think sometimes following takes more strength than leading because you have to believe in a decision that's not even yours and still convince yourself enough that it's the right thing to do. Or even if you don't think it's the right thing to do, you still do it. But the only problem with that is, like any group setting, a leader that wants to use their word or their authority or their position maliciously can. And it can result in people that do follow to be led down a path that they may not even want to be down. Well, I'll sit here and honestly, I believe you when you say that the next time you want to speak to me, you would have brought it up. I do. I don't know if I will believe that for everybody that tells me that. Because even while you might not think it, Kev, I do think someone in that group that raised their hand didn't just raise their hand because they saw I wasn't here. In fact, I think they raised their hand because they knew I wasn't here and they had the hope that maybe I wouldn't return. And maybe that was a good opportunity to get some people that maybe have some similar thoughts, but not on the exact same wavelength, but enough to where they would raise their hand and represent to the rest of the club that there were multiple people that wanted me to step down. Because again, you might not have seen it as a vote, but I can assure you that there are other people standing in that circle that very much considered that a declaration of no, if there was a decision today, I'd want him gone. It's just a matter of how many of those people actually felt that way, or if there are people in that group that, like yourself, wanted change, but they didn't want what that vote was actually representing. Whether you know, again, from what you're saying, you didn't see it at that point. It was more of a opportunity to bring up that point, which I understand. Look,
I thought we were going to talk about it. I thought there were going to be follow-up questions.
Yeah.
There were none.
Yeah.
Ed asked that question and they said, "Okay, the meeting's all done."
Look, I'm not annoyed that people want to bring that up. I've always advocated at any point I'm in the fucking city, whether it's 7 days a week or fucking 1 day a month, whatever it is, that if people have a fucking problem with me especially, or how I do shit, they come to me, they ask, "Barry, I have a problem with you." I'll always make time for someone that comes up to my face and says, "Barry, I have a problem with you and I want to solve it." Every single time. There isn't a point in the last 8 fucking years where if someone says those exact words to me that I'm going to be like, "Oh, I don't have time, sorry, I gotta go." If someone calls me and says, "Barry, can we chat later," and I get busy, whatever, so be it. But if someone says, "No, Barry, I need to chat now, like this is urgent. I got some serious shit I gotta say to your face and I want to bring up to you." Hey, put you number 1 on the fucking priority list. You know, I'm not one for avoiding conflict. In fact, I almost chase it a little too much sometimes. I'm sure you've probably seen in passing me going off at probably every leader I've ever had at some point. Absolutely yelling my fucking guts out is because I think if there's a problem, I'd rather just get all that energy out in the open and just fucking deal with it instead of letting it linger and become this massive thing, which it has now, to the point where I don't have other high command or VPs to rely on right now. And I have to have these conversations individually so I can get words straight from the people, straight from you guys, about what your actual thoughts are on this shit and actually fucking do something about it. And then, and only then, figure out a fucking solution to where people should go in terms of leadership. And that's not to say the leadership might look completely different once all this is done. Or there might be some people that slot back into the same spot, who knows? It's not even a thought I have right now. Right now, I'm here to fix these issues that have been kind of buried a bit. And, well, only recently came to the surface in a way that I still think is, let me put it like this, BK. Regardless of your thoughts right now, and even after talking to you, I can see why you may have thought it wasn't as serious of a declaration as you thought it was then. But I can assure you, if you were talking to the same Barry that left Los Santos after it fucking closed after the fucking Rico and it got shut down because of the sanguine shit, I probably would have just shot you in the head. I would have literally just gathered that entire list and just gone one by one and just shot all of them without context.
Right.
But because
as you said, the point's to be better than the BBMC.
Well, as we are right now, we're having a conversation, aren't we?
Exactly, and I'm glad we can. I'm just making that clear.
One thing
if I thought you were unapproachable, I wouldn't have reached out. You know.
No, and I appreciate that. I will say, BK, the reason why I'm having this convo with you as fast as possible is because you were, out of those names, I think there was maybe one other that has reached out for such a big problem of saying publicly to the club that you want the PM to step down. You'd think people that actually want to fucking solve it would reach out to me in any way. You're one of the only people that raised their fucking hand, which is why I'm dignifying this with a conversation, and I'm glad I did. Because I do think, BK, you have the right heart, and I do think you actually want to solve the issue you have. But until I have these conversations with these other people, I can't guarantee that they actually want to solve these problems. And I'm sure you've probably spoken, whether it's in passing or closer. I don't know who exactly you're closest with in the club at this point. Again, I understand in a group setting at any point, people are going to be closer with others. And, well, I don't think it's a coincidence that a lot of the people that raise their hand are close with each other. Not bundling you completely into that, but I mean, let's use Sophie and Lovesick for an example. You know, it's as much as people don't want to say pillow talk's not a fucking thing. You know, it's, for instance, that a prospect out of nowhere and a patch member have these opinions that have never been brought up before, but all of a sudden want to raise their hand. But again, I'm always going to trust my blooded-in members of this club to have the right opinion and have their voice, and I will hear out all of them. But just want you to know, BK, that there will be a resolution to all of this. This isn't just something that goes away. And I hope with, as you said, your main problem with me was that I was absent, not because of my leadership capabilities. I hope that whatever resolution I deem necessary for this, that I'll have your back on it. Because ultimately, I will do anything to make sure this club continues to exist and continues to thrive. And again, the city can go up and down. The city can be good sometimes, can be a fucking shithole. I'm not fucking stupid. I don't expect everyone to treat this city like it was when it first fucking opened. But one thing I do not and will never have room for in this club is people that create problems with no anticipation of actually wanting them solved. Putting in no effort to actually come to a resolution. Because you know what that says to me? It says, I have some problems that I'm gonna bring up, and I'm just gonna stir the fucking club and let the club destroy itself due to lack of communication, whatever it is. I'm just gonna let the club eat itself fucking out. I'm just gonna highlight all these problems. Not that I actually give a fuck about them, but just because I know others do, and that it'll cause some drama within the club. And they can sit back in the background while the people that are adamant on their perspectives and voices and want the club to hear what they have to say go on the fucking chopping block with each other, start fucking holding guns, whatever it fucking is to each other. While the other people just sit back in the background and coast along and just watch it burn. I just hope that
I get that.
after this conversation, BK, that you're not one of those people. I hope that you are true to your word and that regardless of everything that's gone on, that's if you really want this club to continue and club to succeed after, that you'll trust in my leadership and what I have to say and what I'll have to do.
I want to take a moment to like recognize how uniquely shitty my spot is. Because the easiest thing to say about me as a person who raised my hand is, oh, he's not around. You know, he's not around the members.
Frosty, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, by the way.
He doesn't have any idea.
So I don't have chat open
To a
right now. I'm
degree,
trying to lock
sure.
in.
But I would flip that on its head and say, in spite of me not being around and still hearing about these problems, that adds gravity to those problems. If even Big Kev is aware of how bad things are getting. But I know I would bet money on it if I was still a betting man, and I'm not, because that's how I lost my millions of dollars. That bet, like when people have been talking about this, I would assume some people are saying, well, BK doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I don't know every intricacy of the club. That is the biggest curse with my position and has remained the biggest curse over a year plus. But these problems are so far reaching and stem so far from the top that even I haven't been able to escape or feigned ignorance towards them, you know?
Do you think that's how I feel?
No.
I'm not typically one to judge on you know, how people are or how often they're in the city. You know, I judge people that are in this club based on what they do when they are in the city. There's a reason why again, even for a prospect, I mean, there was controversy about them being around for so long. I've always kind of run my clubs with it's what I see when you are around, what I hear when you are around, rather than, I mean, we've had members at this point I haven't seen for months. You know, I haven't seen for that. God knows at this point. That doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, there's a point to everything where, I mean, if you're gone from Los Santos for a fucking year, you know, a year straight, okay. Yeah, obviously someone's probably gonna get fucking done about it because at that point you're just fucking, you're not even here. So it doesn't matter. In terms of people that when they are here, they do what they need to for the club. They do what's asked of them. I won't ever really hold that against them unless it's held on me for the same reason. But I don't think. Look, I mean, I knew what your role was bringing you into this club, or blooding you into this club, that you weren't going to be most active with the club, so it'd be naive of me to think that should have changed for just randomly because it benefits me. It benefits whoever's making this statement within the club. I think ultimately you should always just focus on what you do for this club, and there's always going to be opinions about you in and out of the club. I mean, listen, I'm not stupid. I'm sure there's been times little whispers and conversations behind closed doors where people have probably said some shit about me, even within this club, even blooded in members. Funny thing about those conversations is they always have a way of getting out. Who would you say you're closest with in this club? And I know you're obviously a bit of an outsider in terms of how much you can get involved, but when you are, who would you say you're closest with? If anyone.
I felt like there's this degree of separation between me and the club that's made it hard to form like genuine connections sometimes.
What about who you talk with most? Like when you wake
I'd
up and you're
say-
like you're trying to get in some kind of club shit involved, like who you calling?
Either Nana, Finn, Sean, Benny, or Kelly. Nana was keeping me appraised of a lot of the search efforts that were going on when people were looking for you here. And I want you to know, you know, as removed as I was from the club when I heard you were missing, I got closer. I was out on this island on my bike looking for you every day. And not everyone saw that, and I didn't look for any sort of recognition for that. But while everyone was getting pinged to random locations, I was up in the fucking mountains and the hills and the forests on my bike looking for remote areas where a crew might be stationed up looking for you or holding you somewhere.
I appreciate that.
But again, Nana kept me in the loop a lot. I talked to Finn a lot too about it. You know, I talked to Sean about his side of this whole thing, and then after that meeting, I reached out to Shang and I said, let's meet on top of the beacon, and you know, I want to hear your side of things on some of the hot button issues and whatnot.
And after having these conversations, what is your take on these leadership issues between, I guess, Sean and Shang specifically, but even Edbert?
I mean, can I just speak bluntly? Like, do you mind?
That's what I'm here for. I want your honest.
All right. Just prefacing, because I think each of them have issues, and I think they're unique to each of those individuals. And when I say each of them, I mean all three.
Yeah.
Starting with Sean, I think
Poop emoji incoming.
his inability to put the boot down on the neck of the club when needed exasperated this whole issue. And had he done that a couple months back, as, like you said, acting PM, you know, there's no way to say for sure whether it would have worked, but we won't know, right? I think with Shang, his issue stems from emotion. It is no secret how close you two are. I will never judge either of you for that relationship. In fact, I'd say a lot of people are probably wishing that they could have a relationship like that with someone in their life. Not even necessarily their PM, but just somebody. I mean, I'll even admit with how disconnected I am, there are nights where I long for nothing more than to just be on the block without my mask. But when that emotion becomes so powerful and so strong, it can get in the way. And I do believe in certain instances it has. Everyone knows that Shang wants to be VP. And, you know, I could be wrong, but I think part of that might be that he wants to be right there with you, right at your side. And again, emotion isn't always a bad thing, but it can get in the way. I think with Ed, based on what I observed at that meeting, I think he's not as impartial as he says he is. And again, this is my opinion based off my experience. When we were at that meeting, you know, we have meetings, everyone has their guns out like normal. Ed starts questioning Ziggy, they're having a back and forth. Tally steps in front of Ziggy, and Ed says, wait, Tally, why are you in front of Ziggy? Do you think he's going to get shot? Tally says yes. And Ed did not have his gun out. And he says, okay, everyone put your guns away. No one's getting fucking shot here. But in that same breath, he pulls out an auto shotgun, now being the only one holding a gun. Which, sure, leader, he's leading the meeting, I get it. But creating that sort of dynamic and then asking people to speak truthfully kind of clash when you have a gun out.
You think people again, this is just your opinion, like from your perspective, do you think people's opinions during that meeting were affected because of the environment they were put in? Do you think they might have been more reserved on saying how they actually feel about stuff because of that?
So my answer is actually no, and it was going to be my next point. People spoke up. People shared their concerns at the meeting, which I was really proud of because, you know, my whole thing is like communication, and getting to see people like state that they have issues was good. My other problem that stems, you know, from the Ed side of things was when people would say that they had issues, and there were a couple times where Ed said verbatim, "I'm sorry you feel that way." Which, you know, sure, people feeling some type of way is an issue, but just saying, "Oh, I'm sorry you feel like that," does not get at the root cause. It didn't actually dig out the roots of the weeds.
Speaking of Sean, because he was VP at the time, and his name has been brought up a lot in a lot of these conversations I've had. Before we continue on, Ed, do you think, from your perspective, what do you think is the reason why that boot wasn't pressed down, or why he didn't utilize his position enough to help the club? Do you think it's because he simply wasn't around the club enough, or do you think it was a lack of just poor judgment on his part? Like he was a...
I asked him this question. I should have went to his face. I said, "Why didn't you do this earlier? Like, why have you not put your foot down?" Because I wanted to know, because it didn't seem fair that, at least in my mind at that time, that he wasn't doing it. And he said to me, I really was trying to avoid things getting so bad because I wanted to see the club continue to grow and be good. And I thought maybe, you know, if I wrote things out and we got Barry back, that we could solve it a different way. So I don't think he wanted to be some sort of tyrannical, you know, overlord, at least in his mind. Sure, you could argue like that is the purpose of the role. And that's how I felt. I said, "I feel like you should be doing this." And he said, I was really worried about how it would affect the club. And he said, "Sure, you know, we've ended up in that same spot regardless. So hindsight's 20/20, but it seemed genuine to me that he was trying to avoid ripping the club in half." And again, like, one thing I want to make very, very fucking clear on that topic of ripping the club in half. Like, there was no meeting before that meeting where all 7 of these people got together and, you know, we rubbed our hands together and said, "This is where we do it. This is where we get Barry out." Like, it was 7 people that happened to share the same opinion and have now all been grouped together, and none of us had ever even uttered or heard the word coup until people on the other side of the aisle started saying that that's what it was.
Look, I'm not here to keep you in this bundled group or whatever. But of course, when it's presented to me a certain way, I'm going to see it a certain way. But
no,
as,
I get that.
Someone as... not to derail what you're saying, but someone as smart as yourself, do you think, though, even with that there isn't the possibility, if, as you just said, that, you know, this was the first time it was just people raising their fucking hand because they all thought similarly, whatever. Do you think there isn't a possibility that those, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying that some of those names may have spoken about it prior? Or Or do you genuinely think that there's no chance that any of those people said anything about the PM stepping down or this, that, the other, or any leadership issues until that exact moment? And they were all shocked that they would raise their hand? Or do you think that there is a possibility that some of those names maybe knew that if that question was asked that there would be people standing next to each other raising their hand as well? I'm not saying you were involved in these conversations, but that's one thing that I don't know if I completely agree with, is that 7 people raised their hand just because, you know, it's just good timing and, you know, we saw the video and this, that, the other. People talk all the time. People vent to each other. People vent to me. The whole point of fucking Ziggy was basically so you vent to him about problems, whatever. I think, while I'm always going to trust that the club has, you know, the club's best intentions at heart, that every member has the heart of ADMC that wants it to do well. The unfortunate reality is I've been a part of clubs while on the surface they want everything for the club, until I die or whatever. But they have lingering issues that they speak with a very select few close people they have, because they know it most likely won't get out from that. And they let it evolve intentionally. You don't think that's a possibility at all?
Sure. There's absolutely a possibility that, you know, some people got together and had conversations prior. Again, I can only speak from my experience. If there were conversations, I was not a part of them. The only other person I knew that felt the same way for sure was Ziggy, because he said it in that stupid fucking video.
So you weren't sure anyone else was going to raise their hand prior to that moment?
No, and I raised it anyway because that's how I truly fucking felt. But again, no one asked me why.
Okay. What happens? What happens when I find out that there was a name that was doing maliciously, and I deem it that they should be removed from the club? How are you gonna feel about that? Say I come to you tomorrow. I just told you, yeah, I shot this cunt in the head after the conversation, a similar conversation I had with you. I deemed that they were the root cause of this. How would you respond?
I'd ask if there's anything you can share as to how you got to that answer. Sure, I'm not owed an explanation. I will not sit here and pretend that I am.
I tell you that I spoke with them for hours, whatever. Similar to what we're doing here. And the answers I gave weren't the ones I thought were best for the club. And I did what I needed to. And that's all I'll be talking about it. Sometimes the unfortunate reality with people being blooded out of this club, just Winston, for example, is that you won't always get the full answers of why an action occurs. Sometimes you'll just hear it through other people, but I expect when those actions are made, especially if it comes directly from the PM, that you trust that whatever the full answer is to that. And again, it's not like I'm going to hide my reasons for it, but to go around to every single person, every single time an action is made in this club and justify, I'd be here for 40 years. So sometimes there are situations where I expect the club to just trust my best opinion, and that I have the ADMC's best interest at heart, that being for the club to continue and to thrive. And sometimes there may be things that I do that you won't get the full answer to. I'm sure you'll get words from other people, this, that, the other, whatever, but there may be a time, BK, in the not too distant future that you'll be told information that someone has done something, I've done something to someone that I deem necessary, and that's all you get. Are you going to trust that that opinion when it's thrown at you?
Yes, I trust that you found the truth amidst all the different opinions and the madness, and you made the call that's best for the club, not for one single individual.
Well, then that's all that matters. Because a lot of the problems we have right now is lack of that. if more people in this club had trust in their fellow leaders to make calls, sometimes on their behalf. That's the thing about a club, is sometimes, in fact, a lot of the time, a leader makes a call that affects you in some way, and sometimes you don't get information as to why, but you just kind of have to go with it. And one day, I hope if you do become a leader of this club, and you might be privy to more of that shit, and maybe you get put into a position where you have to make a call like that for yourself, where your call BK could affect a lot of people in this club. I hope then you'll understand why sometimes you won't always get the answers throughout every level of this club. You know, I can sit here and say, oh, I'd love for every single member that's blooded in to get every single answer to and context to every single question that's thrown in my face. But again, if all I was doing while I was awake was just giving people context to everything, there wouldn't be anything else done.
Yeah, nothing.
And a lot of the problems that the reason why we're in the position we're at now is because people were too scared to make a call and to do something about it. They said, let's wait for Barry. So that's what I'm here to do. I'm not here to fuck around. I'm here to get the context I need. I will be talking to every single fucking person in this club that I can. It's owed to you guys at this point for me being absent. Everyone will have their opportunity to say whatever they need to, just to me, to my face, however way they want to fucking say it. And then after that, I will decide what needs to be done, and it'll be done. There's no more waiting around for these decisions. I'm back here. I'm back here to make calls on shit and to get shit done, and I expect people to trust that. I want people to bring up their opinions on leadership or not being around or whatever. I'll help solve them. But after that, once it's all said and done, I expect from my members of this fucking club, when I make a fucking call in regards to the health and safety of this club overall, that they fucking follow it, and that's just it. Regardless of how much context they have. And again, there may be times where you know more than others or less, whatever. Just kind of depends on the situation. I'm not saying that if that were to happen that you'd know nothing about it. But I'm not guaranteeing that either. You know, I just expect people in this club, when a big decision's made, to trust me on it, because I've been doing this a long fucking time. And I've had to remove people I really didn't want to. And I don't claim to be the best fucking leader in this city. I don't claim to be an amazing fucking leader that knows the answer to everything, but I base a lot of my life on my gut, and so far it's done me pretty well.
Like I said, I do not feel as though I'm owed any explanation about things that happened at, you know, the high command or VP level. I think I've said it a couple times at this point, but just reiterating it, because, you know, I don't. I'll ask the questions, and if you say, look, it's something we had to deal with up top, then that's it. That's where the trust of the position comes in, right?
If I never came back, say this vote happened, whatever, and it spurred on this conversation of, you know what, yeah, but Barry's probably dead. Haven't heard from him. Say it's been months, whatever, it was 6 months after all that shit. You looked for me, couldn't find me, whatever. Who do you think, if anyone, should step into that VP role, and then eventually, I guess, PM? I guess what I'm asking is, now that there is no VP, now that there is no active PM while I'm gone, I don't want that to be the situation, because again, there might be a day where I'm only gone for a fucking day, but I need someone to make a call on something. Who do you think should step into that VP role? Or do you think it should remain the same? If anybody. Oop. Will he say Sean? Curious.
I'd say for the betterment of the club, and like all, you know, just in the hope of moving past everything that's fucking happened recently, my pick would be Finn, for the exact reason of he doesn't want it, which makes him perfect for it.
Any other reason why?
I mean, the man, everything the man does is for the club.
Damn, write that down.
There's
VP,
no shot at
VK
him, but
said
he hardly
VP
has a
Finn.
life outside the club. You know, Milton's Mods is kind of an extension of the club.
Do you think, you know, hard, of course, is very important in leadership, but do you think he has the capability to actually lead the club as well? It's one thing to align with the club and, you know, have the heart and know the ins and out of the club. But do you think when it comes to, let's use the example of, you know, dealing with other groups or dealing with the cops or whatever, and the club looks to Finn for that answer, do you think he'd have one? Do you think he could step up and lead if I wasn't around?
Yeah, I mean, the guy's a walking lore dump. I mean, he has all of the context of the old club and how, you know, shit has gone down, tried to avoid history repeating itself. When you were gone, he was leading some of our meetings, and you know, after an hour or so or 2 hours of searching for you, we'd kind of debrief, and he would have the speaking role. And you ask, like, any patch, even the ones that were brought in, or up to, you know, the newer ones like Blue, Nana, Sophie, like, they all see him in that light. You know, when they have questions, they go to him. He's pretty much been high command without the title for months.
Again, this is just your perspective. Where do you think Sean should fit in all this? Say Finn got put to VP. What do you think Sean fits in? Do you think he has the capability to be a leader of any kind? Do you think he should just be patch? Do you think he should be command, high command? From your perspective, and again, I know you don't have the context of the whole club, but, you know, I'm just interested in people's individual point of views. Where would you see him fit in? Say, even for Edward and Shang, I guess all three of them, where would you see them be in this club?
After all this, and, you know, with the hope that they take this and learn from this, I think Ed and Sean should be high command, and Shang should be command.
Interesting.
I don't think, like, honestly, I have heard what people have said about why they think Sean should be demoted or even fucking killed, blooded out.
Joe, I'm interested in what you think.
No, I know, and I'm saying based on based on, like, what I've heard, I don't think there has actually been enough done by Sean to warrant, like, a full, either, like, strip him all the way back down to a patch, or let alone, you know, blood him out. The whole Norman thing that people continue to talk about, with, you know, Sean working for him or whatever the fuck, I've asked him to his face, like, why do you go to the lighthouse? What is this deal? And he proactively even offered a conversation with me after, you know, people started saying that about him. He said, if you want to know what they're talking about, just ask me. And so I did. And he said, I'm pretty sure he said, I go to the lighthouse to be closer with my sister. I don't do deals. And I know he doesn't do deals because I talked to him when Edgar was
I can see chat right now.
doing his deal. And, you know, we thought one of his targets maybe was Tally, because Tally was someone that Edgar was close with.
Oh god, I really need to pee.
I was very close with Sean about making sure that Tally was safe. And Sean said to my face, anyone that makes a deal with Norman, or, you know, the other guy, his brother, deserves every bit of misery that comes their way from that deal, because that's all there is. And he said that to me multiple times. We've always talked about how stupid people are that make fucking deals. And he explained this whole working for Norman
Finn
thing
becomes VP. We make the VP decide who his high commander. Done.
He described it.
That
very
would be
short
good
version of
RP.
this, 'cause it would take
That's
fucking
roleplay
hour
right
to talk about
there.
all of it.
Barry says, you know what? You pick your
One
own
of
high
Edgar's
command.
friends made a deal to bring Edgar back, because Edgar got
Or better yet,
fucked up
we make
and
the club
couldn't
vote for
complete his.
VP. Then the VP decides who he wants as his
one
high
of
command.
this guy's name was Fred.
Dude, that might be five head.
Fred said to Norman, bring Edgar back. I'll kill, like, I don't even know how many people it was, like 8 people or 10 people. But it can't be 3 of these names. 3 people that I'm closest to. So Norman
We'll
said,
pick the
all
safe
right,
option.
bet.
What is the safe option?
Here's the names of everyone else you're closest to, plus people that the protected people care about. And one of those was Tally. And so we knew that this guy was going after Tally. And Sean was at the lighthouse, and
talking about, like,
Norman
Norman and
came to
stuff.
him and said, I've sicked this person on Tally, and this guy Fred is getting help from his friends. This guy named Benny,
What is going on?
and Benny's trying to take Tally or hurt Tally, for Fred's deal. So he told Sean this because Benny was one of the protected people that Fred said, no, Norman, you can't touch Benny. So Norman was like, okay, well, what if I just tell Sean that
Then Norman was
this
like
guy's going
this.
after them?
Then Norman did this.
So Sean was like, okay, this guy's coming
Sean was
after
like,
my
Norman,
patch.
no.
I'm not going to let that happen. So he comes to the club and he's like, Benny is helping Fred kill Tally. We should go get Benny and stop that from
The
happening.
fuck is Benny doing?
And then I believe at that point, people
Oh,
conflated
Benny.
that to, oh, he's doing Norman's bidding.
Right.
That's just like the whole anecdote side fucking
Very
shit on
easy
that, but-
solution to all this is anytime Norman sees you, you tell him to fuck off. Easy.
Yeah, just don't go there, or if
Very easy
you're there and
solution to
he
all this,
appears,
really.
just leave. Yeah, no, believe me. The only reason I ever went around that place was to make sure that Edgar wasn't sacrificing anybody that I knew.
Okay.
But again, back to your original point, because I don't mean to sidetrack us. I don't think Sean has done enough to deserve being just a patch. Sure, the incompetency thing, it still irks me, and I'm sure it irks him too, because he was talking about hindsight. But I don't think he should be a patch. I definitely don't think he should be letted out. Shang, the thing about Shang is he threatened his acting PM. That's no secret. Everyone knows about this. And he said the only reason he wouldn't do it is because of the respect and love that he has for you.
God, Shang
But in that
fucking
same vein, he
butchered
said
his
the moment we get
social
Barry
credit
back,
while Barry was gone.
I'm-
Dear God.
I'm calling a Reaper vote on you. It's, I'm not in a position of leadership or whatever in this club. I know that if
Barry was
someone said
like,
that to me, I
"Fuck
would find
it,
it
dude.
very fucking hard to work with them.
Fuck my social currency.
And I think the fact that Sean hasn't shot Shang in the face speaks a lot to his
I agree with
temperament
that. That's
and his
honestly one of
ability
the
to see
biggest
what's best
things
for the
that's
club.
saving Sean right now is the fact he hasn't just shot
And again,
Shang
the
in
thing
the
with
head.
Ed
Because Barry
was-
would have shot Shang in the head if he said that about Barry.
I don't think Ed should be demoted from
So,
where
I don't
he's
know.
at. I do think that I would really hope that he recognizes that he was being more partial in that meeting than he let on. Because for everything that was said about Sean in that meeting, he said, we need to hold people accountable, we need to do this, we need to do that. But then like when me or someone else brought something up about what Shang had done recently, there were explanations given. There were ways of it being written off. I'll give you an example. They talked about the Sean working for Norman thing at the meeting. And Ed was like, we absolutely cannot have this happening, especially with our leadership, yada, yada, yada. And I said, hold on. Shang did a job for Norman's brother, Pestilence.
The problem
everyone went,
is
"Huh?"
that
And I
Ed
said,
and
"Yeah,
Shang have is
There's
they
a
sabotage
video
their
of it,
own
which I've been
points
trying to
by
get for the past week.
bringing stuff
And
up
the
that
fucking
either
marshals
they
won't let me
themselves
FOIA
have
it,
done.
'cause it's somehow still an active
So even if
investigation.
they're in the right,
But a couple months back, Shang kidnapped a doctor with a group of people.
it all
brought the
comes
doctor
back to
down into
Norman.
the sewers,
Just don't hang out with
and this
Norman. You
Pestilence
won't get
guy
blotted out. It's very easy.
absolutely maimed and tortured this doctor on video, and Shang's in the fucking video. And so I brought that up, and I was like, look, I'm trying to be impartial here. I'm not, I hate, whataboutism. Oh, what about this? What about that? But legitimately, in the spirit of being impartial, I brought it up. And people were like, oh, he didn't know what he was doing. It was a faceless mission. He didn't know what he was doing. And I was like, well, when you do a faceless mission, you get a book ahead of time telling you what you're doing.
All these
And
missions
it
of
was just
Norman,
written off.
they're fucking
And
us,
I
dude.
said, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. So again, my thing with Ed, like I have faith in Ed. Like I think in some ways he's a very good leader. I just
God
hope that
forbid
he
Shang
recognizes
keeps the
that,
gun connect happy.
You have to be.
Oh, I don't give a
impartial.
shit about the nurse. Fucking shoot as many nurses you want. I don't give a fuck. Has anyone ever brought you a conversation about a faction or a chapter or a split of any kind?
No.
No one's ever mentioned that? No one's ever brought it up?
No.
Okay. Just make my thoughts very clear on that. Someone's going around talking about chapters and splitting the club and shit while there's fucking issues and drama going on. I think it's the stupidest, probably most moronic thing you can fucking do. People mentioning, and again, so far, it's been brought up to me, but so far the people I've talked to about it said there's only been jokes about it in passing. But if someone's actively serious about trying to split the club into a different chapter to avoid problems, I think says more than anything about them as a person of this club, where rather than solve the issues within the club, they'd rather split it into 2, 3, 4 fucking different clubs and just, you know what, let's just have the people I'm close with in a certain club or group, faction, whatever fucking word. Which also as well, by using my fucking name on a club that I wouldn't have fucking ownership on is just the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Oh, sorry, no, we're not at war. Oh, ADMC B. Oh, I'm at war with ADMC A. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I just iced all you guys in front of your yard because I'm a gang member and I don't ask questions other than, you know, if I see your car, I'll fucking shoot you. You know? It's just stupid. One thing I will ask, Big Kev, if you hear anything about that, please let me know. Even in passing, if you hear people talking about that shit. Just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the Cyprus shit, right? Like Cyprus split into North and South, and there were issues people had when they would go to war. They'd be like, okay, well, am I shooting you or am I not? Yeah.
Shit. Just sounds stupid as hell to me. That to me just sounds like an excuse of, oh, I don't want to get blooded out, but I want to have my own club and not have to go through the effort of actually building said club. Be fucking cold day in fucking hell before I have someone using my fucking name on their own club. Stupidest shit ever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all I ask, Kev, is when a decision is made and actions are taken, because again, this doesn't end until something's done about it. That whatever the outcome is, you trust it, and whatever situation, whether you agree with it or not, you do your best to make sure the club is thriving in whatever way that looks like from your side. Because that's what I need from people right now, is people just focusing on getting the club back to a good state, rather than trying to cause more issues. Of course, I'm gonna, you know, all of this has been about bringing up your issues, but that's my whole point of this, is I want to talk to people directly, get those issues, and then solve it, rather than people whispering about it. So I'd appreciate if you kept this conversation between us until at least everything's solved, then you can go talk whatever. The one thing I don't want right now is people having all these conversations behind closed doors. And even though you've said you haven't been a part of any of those, I guarantee you they're happening. And I'm just trying to put a stop to it once and for all. If people have issues about the club, just bring it up. Fucking hate this. Like, oh, I'm gonna go chat with my 2 close friends and just talk shit to them about people in the club. Like, what does that do?
But again, like, you know, not to harp, but they were brought up at the meeting. Like, some people that raised their hands when you know, Ed asked that question. Before that happened, they brought up their issues, and it was like Ed just saying,
it's Ed's fault. Sorry, Ed, your fault.
Way.
You know where we are?
Alamo C.
Yes, but do you know where we are?
Like, if there's a significance to this place, no.
You're sitting in the chair I shot Solomon in. I know the reason you're involved in this club, Big Kev, is because of him. And I hope that you are true to your word, and after all this is said and done, that I don't have to bring you back to this spot. I like to think that my gut's telling me what my gut is telling me is right, but you know, I've been proved wrong time and time again before. I just hope what you're saying is true, and we can continue to keep growing this club.
Yeah,
Cool.
I want nothing more than for this to be over. Because, I mean, to be honest, Barry, I've been having thoughts recently about, taking the mask off and just fucking sending it. But I'm trying to make sure that there's a,
The right
stable
path to do
club.
so.
That as well, yeah. But also just making sure that, things are good with the club before I do it.
Well, I look forward to that.
I do too.
Let's get out of here. What do you think of Big Kev's convo, chat? I think he did well, to be honest. God, it's hard. Regardless if you agree with Big Kev or not, I think it was, grab your gun out of the trunk.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little sussy still, but... Oh, God, this is going to be so much harder than I thought. Fuck, a lot of the club is quite good at talking. That's the problem. But Big Kev is... The problem is with Big Kev is he's always been a little sassy. So it's kind of hard to gauge. Is he just sussy in general? Or is he sussy because of this whole thing? You never... That's kind of the pros and cons of having like a guy that fills the role he does.
One thing I will say is, if Bubbles ever shows his face again, I know where I'm bringing him.
Oh, I'll leave it to you. Whatever the fuck you want. What if, I take you back, what if, one of those names you brought up that you said you hit up when you're in the city, like, Finn, and Irish, whatever. When you try to get your phone, contacts or whatever. You think you could handle if, one of those names ended up being blotted out of this club? Because I can tell you that, I've had to go through that. I'd need more than 2 hands to count how many times I've gone through a situation where someone I was close to in a club I was in gets blotted out, sometimes because of the reasons I didn't even know about. And of course, you won't really know until you're put in that situation. I mean, I guess you had to go through with it with Solomon. Yeah.
Yeah.
You think with one of those names, you could handle that? You wake up tomorrow and one of those names you just listed off saying that, you hit up is just gone. Because with Solomon, I mean, there was a lot more context, I guess, and probably a little easier to get the story. But with this shit, because of the conversations that have been happening behind closed doors, it's going to be a lot more difficult to really get a black or white answer. Do you think if you woke up and one of those names was just gone, that's, you could still do what you said you wanted to do with this club?
Yeah. It would, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'd feel, emotionally fine and everything's, peaches and gravy, because that'd be really fucking stupid to say, but, net, yeah.
Is I don't know if that's the same for everybody in this club. But we'll see. We will see. Alright, we'll quickly chat with Cora, chat, because I promised her I don't want to ditch Cora. I'll chat with Cora. Keep me update on that shit we spoke about. Just let me know if there's anything else going on.
Yeah, we'll do. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Of course.
I'll catch you around.
Well, Barry,
Oh, Tally?
need to borrow your car for a little bit.
You borrow my car.
I was gonna put parts in it for you. I got some semi-slicks and some stage 5 parts to put in it.
Jump in.
Got 'em. Thank you.
One scratch, Tally. We're gonna have problems, okay?
kind of problems you have.
What? I don't know. Big problems, I guess.
Just big ones, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's my fucking car, so big problems. Why'd you say that so weird? No one's ever asked me what kind of problems.
Hello, babe.
Hello, I'm at the block. I need a lift because I don't have a car, so wherever you want to chat.
Okay. I will take it back to the block. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'll be next to my apartment.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, so BK said Finn for VP. Dude, interesting. I do want to try and spread the RP around as much as possible. My thinking at the moment, chat, and maybe everything will just be decided by Barry. I mean, the outcome of this arc will be decided by Barry, but what happens after that with the rebuild, I kind of want to involve the club a bit more. Dude, it might be crazy after all this. I might actually put the next VP, which is something we've never done before, the next VP of the club, once we've, like, if we have to blood out people or whatever, gotten rid of whoever we need to, put the next VP up to a fucking club vote. As crazy as that sounds.
You guys can use this if you want to.
Thank you. I'm half tempted to actually make it a club vote. Maybe where leadership has, like, a bit more of a... Hey, what's going on? Sorry.
You know.
What happened to you?
Hanging out. Oh, I got a big warrant, so I'm undercover right now.
Okay, undercover fucking PI.
Yeah, I kind of just went for like sick cunt on vacation, but it ended up just looking like, yeah, PI trying to fit in with fellow kids.
Yeah, you look like an undercover cop.
Yeah, which kind of works for the warrant though.
Like
Less reason for them to, you know, look at me. We're planning a big battle royale melee day. We're gonna give away shotguns for the prize. Scouting locations at the moment to hold it.
Good.
You good? You need anything? Guns, food?
No, I'm good.
Alright. I'll be around for a bit if you need.
I got food and
That's
stuff.
good.
Alright, see you later, guys.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I'm on the fence. The only thing is I don't want is if people go, like, but that being said, what is the safe bet for VP? I don't even know if there is one. Wouldn't the safest bet just be putting Sean back in VP? Even though most people wouldn't. I know people aren't going to vote for that. Like, I don't know if there is a safe bet. So I don't know if, yeah, I don't know. It's a toss-up of, if this was me, if I was Barry IRL, there's no way in hell I would let it go to a vote. But I'm trying to think, again, because I don't want, after this arc ends, everyone just to get bored and go back to nothing. I kind of want there still to be a little bit of spice that continues on. And I think the best way to do that maybe would be a vote, because then if people vote and then like issues get brought up in the earlier, it's like, whoa, you voted. So even if it leads to someone that maybe shouldn't be VP, I think from a roleplay standpoint, it could be good. And then you get the whole voting thing as well. And, like, you know, it also gives Shang an opportunity to try and, like, campaign for why he should be VP. You know? And people that actually want VP to put in effort to, like, get it, so. I don't know. Yeah, Lil Cap. Maybe Lil Cap will get voted. If it went to a vote, I genuinely think it would be super close between Ed, Shang, Finn, Irish, depending on who's still in the club after all this is sorted. Because Dean still wants Irish to be VP, so Dean would vote Irish. So, I don't know. Vote might split the club even more. I mean, yeah, maybe. Probably. I mean, that's funny though. So you know, kind of funny if that happened. Because if somebody voted for a VP, right, and then that person didn't become VP, if they after were like, oh, well, I don't want to be in the club because the person I voted for, VP, didn't become VP. Here's the reality, though. Even if it causes more of a split, at least then those problems are coming to the surface. The problem that the club has right now is people want certain people to be VP, but if Barry just picks the VP, they're still going to feel that slight bit of animosity being like, oh, I thought this person should be VP, but then they're not vocalizing it. So yes, while it brings more drama to the surface of the club, Barry's whole point in all of this is that he wants to know about it. So if Barry just picks the VP and there are a fuck ton of people like, I fucking hate this VP, then is that not the issue they're already in where, well, now Barry's just never going to hear about why they don't want that person VP? You know? So...
This is my spot.
While it could bring up more issues, at least then people know about said issues. This is a big rock. I don't know. Do a vote, then Barry just picks what he wants. I mean, that's how it always goes. So, you know. Hello, is this your first time watching? Barry just does what he wants. He just disguises it as democracy. That's the whole point. Joking. Dizzy, thanks for the 18 months. Mighty Souls, thanks for the 11 months.
I definitely have not fallen off of this before. A very long time.
Fatish, Neek, thanks for 27 months. Frosty, thanks for the 5. Can we get some love for all the resubs? Sorry, I've been so slow. I've just been trying to lock in, which I'm about to do again with Cora, so... Give me a sec. Thank you so much for the subs. I'll thank them all after this.
No, both Ed and Shane have said that I should probably have a chat with you. I don't really even know fully what about.
I mean, look, there's a few opinions. A few things I'd want to get your opinion on anyway. So.
Okay.
Number one, how you been? Fucking hate that Cora always has a way better fit than me. Not that I want to wear, you know, from like a dude point of view, I look like shit. Not that, yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I miss the club. I miss having.
So I gotta lock in. It just annoys me. She's constantly flexing on my shit outfit.
Also, just kind of tired of it all.
For fuck's sake, her hair matches her fucking outfit.
Just a lot of unnecessary drama. Some of it necessary, some of it not. I think the Sean and Shang stuff has been going on for a while.
I get my notepad out for Cora.
But I think the actions of those that, well, you know, we were searching for you and everything, that wasn't necessary. But now we're in this position.
I appreciate you calling after that shit with Shang happened because it ground me a little bit. Because after that, I'm not gonna lie, I was extremely pissed with how that whole fucking conversation went. I'll be honest. I feel like my fucking time was wasted, just to be completely real. I've obviously spoken to him since then and ironed out a lot of shit about how stupid he was, but...
Yeah, he told me you guys had a chat. And I was glad.
I mean, look, you gotta remember the fucking BMC days. I mean, back in the day, like, that shit would have just gone to a fucking shootout instantly, and then I would have been dealing with potentially fucking corpses instead of, you know, harsh words. And the fact that it didn't go to that, I guess, is what fucking stunlocks me more than fucking anything. After he said that I couldn't do anything other than fucking just walk out because, well, fuck, I mean, I just thought back to those old days and the amount of conversations I had very similar to that. And I don't know, maybe it's just because of how different the city is or the club is or whatever, but back in that old fucking city, back in that old club, it would have just there's no way that conversation would have happened without people getting fucking lit up.
And I think that was kind of a mirror image of TJ and Junior. I mean, at least from what I was told, that was before I joined. But I am surprised that nobody has been shot. I'm gonna be honest. Even the day that they had the meeting about the video, it was probably a good thing that I was either in Australia or on the plane on the way there, because I don't know, my first reaction to hearing what happened and who raised their hands was that I probably would have shot all of them.
Fucking hell, everyone would have shot everybody if they
You
would
know, hindsight now, would I have? I don't know, maybe. But I know that probably would have put me in a very bad position, considering how we do things in this club.
I mean, that's the ultimate thing about shooting people when you're in your own club. You know, it's I'll say from first-hand experience with that kind of shit. Not even just blooding out necessarily, but you know, when shit pops off like that and actually doing something about it. You know, hindsight goes both ways. You know, where it's like in this case, it's maybe I should have shot, but then other situations, what if I didn't? And so there's never really you never really get satisfied with a good answer with big actions like that. You're always kind of left wondering, like, oh, should if I was there, or if I did this differently, or whatever. Just the unfortunate reality. Yeah, not every person that gets blooded out of a fucking MC necessarily even always technically should have. You know, there's always the argument of, oh, well, if this was changed and they did this, they'd actually be a great member and, you know, they'd help the club flourish or whatever. But sometimes it's not always just about how good of a member they could be. It's how much of a member they are currently. You know, you can only really base off that and what they've proven in the past. That being said, though, and that was shown in that vote there, is doesn't matter how much you've done in the past, you constantly have to fucking prove yourself to fucking people in this city, otherwise, you know, they'll fucking raise their stupid fucking hand to get you to fucking step down, and then you have a conversation with them individually, and they completely do a 180. It's very different confronting a problem versus, oh, I can identify a problem, but then I don't have to deal with the consequences of actually trying to solve it. Because that wasn't my biggest issue with those hands. As I've said, since I fucking started this club, you got a problem with me, just come to my face and say, Barry, I have a problem with you. Let's have a chat right now. I'll drop everything and probably call and try and solve it. You know, it's just... people didn't do that. And finding out from other people that that's... that was conveyed to the rest of the club by raising their fucking hands is just... yeah.
All I've been doing now since that vote happened is just watching the actions of those people.
Oh.
And seeing how they're following up on their decision. If they're even around for me to fucking watch them.
And have you seen anything?
Yeah. One in particular stuck out to me especially. Ivy. On 2 separate occasions, I've gotten phone calls from Perez from Hades. Just him not knowing, you know, of course, anything that's going on. But just talking about how, you know, Ivy's hanging out with them and doing this, that, and whatever with them.
With Hades.
Spending all day with them, and then I check in with the club and say, hey, has anybody seen Ivy? No. Has she been in Lemonless? No. Just not really coming around the club. Even I've only seen her with the club maybe like twice in the past week plus. And for one of those, it was about 10 minutes to go drop off money for a money run. And then she told me I'm gonna go hang out with this person, and lo and behold, I see her on Twitter twatting with a bunch of Hades members, and I call Perez about it, and she's with them. Yeah, with her lemon list removed, ad removed from, by the way. So when she goes to hang out with Hades, she's not advertising as ADMC.
Bruce said her justification for that was that very stressed around the club right now. Well, there was a lot of stress surrounding the club.
Barry, one of those days that she was doing that was the day that we fucking did the job to get you. I don't give a fuck about her stress levels that day.
Damn. Unfortunate reality with stress and you know, being a part of an MC is that stress doesn't go away till the problem's solved. So people are avoiding the issue. If that truly is their justification for something, it doesn't actually help them in any way. It just prolongs the issues. Because instead of me being reached out to these people that raised their hands, that voted to step down, I've had 2 out of the 7 or 8 people actually reach out to me and be like, I want to chat about this. Sure, maybe there'll be a few more in the coming days, but not a single text in the last week or however long I've been back for. And you'd think if that was such a big problem and it was such a daring issue to be solved, you know, as big as having the fucking PM step down, you'd think you'd want to chat to him face to face about it, but it feels like almost being avoided a little bit. I have to chase down people to have these convos with them. But who knows? I will have conversations with all of them. There is no avoiding that, regardless of whoever the fuck they're hanging out with. There will be a time where they have to confront me with their opinion. And the longer they wait, I know the longer they're going to disconnect from that opinion they have, and they're just going to fall back and be like, you know, I was just heated, or I was just this, just that in the moment, whatever. Not thinking about how it looks from my fucking perspective after all the shit I've been through, and then all the club had to do to fucking get me fucking back. How it looks from my point of view when I come back and there's fucking 7 names on that fucking list. So I should step the fuck down. And then so far, no one actually having a good fucking answer as to who that replacement would be if that actually went through.
They never did. Every time we asked, they never have. Or they're just, I don't know.
Cora for VP.
And in reality, we all know it's Sean. They want Sean.
You seen him much recently?
Nope. I'll attribute like some of that on he wakes up earlier than I do, so he goes to bed. You know, usually when I'm waking up, I will give him that grace, but I have not seen him in.
Look, I'm not you know, I'm not trying to go around to people being like, oh, have you seen, you know, when's the last time you saw this person, whatever. Of course it plays a part in stuff, but my biggest thing is I've never been one to judge someone about how often they're around. It's about what they do when they're around.
Yeah.
So I don't want that being, you know, a main topic of convos with this shit. But at the same time, if that's something that's going to be cast onto me, and so far, yeah, from the people I've spoken to that raised their hands, said, you know, my main issue wasn't with your leadership or anything, it's just that you weren't around. And now that that's solved, instantly changed their minds. But that doesn't change the fact that there's definitely been conversations been happening behind closed doors about it, and I still don't believe that those 7 people raised their hand without knowing that those other 7 would raise their hand. It's just about how many of them knew. Because Because ultimately, it's I guess what I'm figuring out now is how many of those people actually raise their hand because they want it for the best of the club and they want they saw a problem they need a change, or people that had more malicious intent that just wanted to bring up a problem with no anticipation of actually solving it, or maybe even bringing up a problem wanting to solve it with their own specific individual that they think could fulfill that role, and then maybe starting to realize that the rest of the club doesn't actually want that. And now realizing that those 7 people might have looked like a big group of people in that meeting, but in the grand scheme of things, now that people have been waking up and I've been chatting with people, whatever, maybe those 7 people, the fact that 3 of them have already completely straight up said they changed their mind, maybe starting to realize that those numbers are already dwindling down. One of them, of that 7, was a fucking prospect, which I don't even want to fucking get into, so.
And I mean, I was told pretty much immediately after that meeting, one of them was already second guessing their decision to raise their hand or questioning it, and that was Dean. But then I don't know, it just seems like even since you've been back, it's been, I don't know. That video pissed me off in a lot of ways because it seems like a lot of those people, they're upset that they got punished for something, or they got upset because they didn't like how they were talked to about something, and I couldn't care less about their feelings. It's a 1% MC. I'm sorry if you didn't like that Shine had an attitude with you. Because you were a brand new patch.
Damn.
And you were not even treasurer and you were acting like you were. In Sophie's case, I think she had been patched for like a couple weeks at most, and she was getting trained to be treasurer, but she didn't have that role.
Wait, what happened with Sophie?
Oh, there was a day that Shane went to go grab money from the money box.
I don't think we know about this.
And Sophie said no, and Shane said, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" Like,
what?
And I guess there was a exchange between the two. That
She
Sophie
said no
still
to
holds
Shane
against.
getting money out.
Yes. And she was
I would have shot her.
She was being trained to take treasurer by Edward.
I would have shot her.
She was not treasurer at the time.
Bro, if she said no to, imagine she said no to Barry.
Ever since that
Oh
exchange,
my
she's held it against him.
Oh my
How doesn't like how Shane talked to her.
I mean, I'll be strapped on if it's fun. I said I needed money for a club thing and someone told me no. I mean, they probably wouldn't have an opportunity to say no a second time after that.
Yeah.
I think one thing I've noticed a little bit while returning is that, well, yes, it's a huge privilege to be blooded into this club or whatever. People still need to understand that there are roles and ranks for a reason. And while yes, you're all sitting in the same boat together, we're all fucking going through the fucking ocean in the same boat. There's a reason why there's a fucking captain and someone that steers and someone that guides the fucking sails, is because there needs to be people doing certain things in this club. And I think I've seen with a lot of, especially the newer patches, that it's weird because I always want people to kind of aim for the role they want, but in the same respect with that is you still have to remember what role you currently are. If you start acting and doing things that only say a PM or a VP could do, that's out of your what is expected of your role, it's gonna get you into some shit. Talking to like someone that's a higher rank than you in this club as if they're a lower is a very quick way to get fucking shot. So I'm shocked that I'm shocked Shane fucking blasted right there.
Yeah, I mean, Shane said that they talked about it and it was, you know, sorted, but then it was brought up in the Ziggy video again, so.
It seems like that's the case for a lot of issues that I've spoken about, where I'll bring it up. They'll say, oh, it wasn't even that much of an issue. But then you'll look at this fucking video and it's clear that it is. So it's either this video was actually bringing up problems they didn't consider a problem anymore, or it got quote unquote solved, or they at least said it didn't affect them anymore. And then when it got brought up in this video, they didn't shut it down. They kind of allowed it to grow into something bigger because they still had some kind of resentment for what's happened in the past. And I'm starting to say I don't think it's a big coincidence that a lot of the people that raise their hand are either dating each other or closer to each other in this club, or see each other more than they see a lot of other members in this club.
Hey, every single one of those 7 people, besides Kelly, I believe, are ex-civilians. They were doctors, cops, EMS.
Damn. True though.
They weren't, like, these are people that are new to their life, essentially. I think every single one of them besides Kelly. And Kelly was that was a big surprise to me. But I know he and Sean had gotten closer, so.
Kelly will be a big one. Yeah, Kelly will be an interesting conversation. In terms of these issues with leadership and stuff, if say it was put to you to make a call on, because as of right now we have 5 command members, and you know, I've been a part of clubs in the past, you know, that have had periods where they didn't have a VP or high command, and I can tell you it's absolutely needed, at the very least a fucking VP. Is there anyone that you think should, this is just your opinion, your perspective, whatever. This isn't a fucking raise your hand moment and lock in, you know, vote for whatever. But is there anyone that you see filling that role, even after all the shit you've heard about, all the issues and stuff that leadership has had? After all this shit is solved with everybody else in the club and that's all sorted, and the plan is to reinstate someone as VP. Is there anyone that you think, from your perspective, that actually can fulfill that?
Even though he suffers severely from foot and mouth syndrome sometimes, Shang.
Damn! Alright, Cora said Shang. Why is that?
So, mind
Shang,
you,
but
up until basically, like the meeting where just before you went missing, you know, I was a big supporter of Sean. I think he was doing a fine job as a VP. All of that. I even told you in our one-on-one chat before that I had a bias towards him.
Literally next to 29 months, by the way.
After you were gone, and those weeks following, I was around a lot more. I've been around a lot more, like almost every damn day. Versus, you know, before I was around when I could be, which was not that much. And I saw Shane on day-to-day basis doing everything that he does. How he interacts with the club, everything that he does for the club. And I watched him basically do it by himself. You know, Edward was gone in Japan, and Sean wasn't around, at least when we were around. I didn't see him that much. Finn even said that he didn't see Sean. And Finn's awake earlier than I am. And, I observed it, and I witnessed it, and, you know, I supported him in the ways that I could, and it changed my mind. I think there's a reason that, as well, when it comes to our connections and the things that we do in the city. Why outside groups, they usually will look to call Shang instead of, you know, Sean or even Edbert. I think a lot of the people from an outside perspective, they already see Shang as one of the leaders of the club.
The Sean convo is going to be a big one.
And while,
I don't
you
want it
know,
just to be a
outside
roast of
perspective
fucking
is
Sean.
kinda
But
meh, whatever. I think it does in this
I mean,
case.
Dean
attest
was
to
all for
what
Sean,
the fuck
so.
Shang does for us.
What do you think Sean fits in all of this? If, say, it did go through with that, Shang was VP, where do you think, even Sean and Edbert, I guess?
Ed from High Command for sure still. Sean, I just, because I haven't seen Sean since basically, I think it was like the day after Maggie got shot. So it's been a couple weeks now. I think.
Well, Shang was acting PM while Barry was gone, not gonna lie.
I haven't gotten to talk to him.
That being said, I think Irish
nor
does
has he
stream on a
reached out to
completely
me.
different thing. So if you're a
And
Twitch viewer, it's probably
there's a
harder
lot
to
of
see
things
when they're
that
actually
Ed and
awake.
Shang have told me
I think a lot of them don't stream on Twitch anymore.
about how like Sean tried to get them demoted, like without even talking to them, going straight to you, stuff like that. That I would love to hear like what Sean's perspective is, because I usually do try my best to get both sides.
Of course.
But there's a lot of shit that I've heard that I'm not sure if I would want Sean in a high command position anymore. You know, if those all are whatever, the accusations are not true, then I think he's fine in high command. But I know Shane doesn't trust him.
Just hope with whatever outcome I see fit after all this shit's said and done, that's just trust whatever decision I make, regardless of who goes where. That's one thing I'm not gonna do now that I'm not back to Oz. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna be around every single day, every single minute, you know, fucking hour, whatever. But I can promise you one thing, that's when I am around, I will, once I have a problem thrown in my face, I will make decisions on it. This doesn't end without a proper resolution, and I don't see this as, oh, everyone just misunderstood everyone, let's go back to normal, whatever. There's been too much that's been said on different parties within the club that it's impossible for the club to remain the same as it is right now. Something needs to be done. And one thing that I saw while I was gone, regardless of who's VP, who's high command, whatever, is that there are a lot of decisions that should have been made that weren't. And well, that's what I'm going to do. I don't expect every single person to be completely happy with the outcome of whatever happens with this shit, but I just hope that they trust I've been running shit a long time, not just with this club, but the former club, and I've been through a lot of very, very similar situations, and so far I think I've done pretty well to keep shit going, so as long as people trust in that, it's not always going to be the absolute best case scenario, but I like to think I'll put us in a spot where shit will continue and ADMC can keep growing, thriving, so.
I trust you, Barry. Yeah, I may have only been a part of the previous club for a little while, but I was on the sidelines watching for a very long time before. And then I've been a part of this since the start. No, I believe in you. I also am a firm believer you can't always please everybody anyways, so. I think that there is a fundamental, I don't know, difference between, you know, those members of the club versus the other members, like myself and Chang and Ned and, you know, whoever else you want to group in with us. How we understand the club and how we, you know, expect to run the club.
Is there anything else I need to ask Cora? I don't think so. She's pretty much on the same page as us. You heard anything about this faction chapter fucking group shit?
If you remember the day outside the apartments in the block that Theo and I were talking, and he kind of ran up to us. That was the moment I was finding out. That's me and Chang pushed her to call you and tell her, like tell you what she knew.
If you hear anything else about that, let me know. I'm sure you already know my stance on that.
Absolutely. I think it's quite silly.
I think,
So I mean, I told you that I felt like there was a coup going on, and, well, I wasn't too far off now, was I?
So I think if someone really wanted to like a group or a chapter or a faction, whatever, I think they severely underestimate how much work it actually takes to build something new. So I'm not surprised that there's been a thought of just using the name that Barry came up with and getting all the benefits of already having an established rule set and all this shit to make something for their own. Yeah, as much as anyone that suggests that chapter's a good idea, to me it's just an excuse to run away from problems or run away from people that you've grown apart from in the club and don't want to solve issues with them, so you'd rather just move away. I can promise you that for as long as I'm alive, there won't be a second chapter or faction or whatever the fuck people want to call of a group that I've made. You know, there's too much hard work and effort has gone into getting this to the place it is. Not even just from me, but from yourself and everybody else in this club, you know. And I wouldn't want that name tarnished by not having control over it. People want to fucking do that, they can establish their own fucking group and or quickly realize it's not just, oh yeah, let me just get a couple people and everything just works out instantly. It's you know, while people's critique of me might be valid in the last few months of not being around because of this shit, I can assure you, when this fucking city first opened up, there wasn't a day that I wasn't fucking around. And it was fucking hell. Like,
oh, I remember.
every single, I think literally multiple weeks, every single second I was awake, I was either talking to someone like this or on a phone call with someone, them asking, hey, what's happening with BBMC? What are we running this back? Who's hanging around? Are we doing jobs? Are we getting guns? What are we doing? I wouldn't wish, fucking hell, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Of course, it's great to where we got to. You know, I'm very, very satisfied with, despite all the problems the club has now, I'm very proud of what we've managed to make with this club. You know, the fact that I can look over and see a fucking patch on your back, you know, it's very special, but that doesn't mean it can't all be taken away with the wrong moves, so.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I like this rock, so I might just chill out here for a bit.
Alrighty. Yeah, this is my spot, my cozy spot. Alright, Ray. Anything, let me know.
Likewise. Glillan, Ishnik, Fatishpo, Mahindra, CPT Frosty, 5 gifted, Haskova, Mighty Souls, Dizzy, 18 months, Wienerman, if you're still here, thank you again for the 24 gifted. Sorry I kind of glossed over that. I was just very deep in RP and stuff. And Urbo, thanks for the 60 months. Can we get some more love in chat for all the subs today? Sorry, I'm just trying to block in a bit during chat, but I really appreciate those gifted subs, especially during RP and stuff. I'll turn the alert sound effect back on. Cora said Shang. That was interesting. Cora said Shang. Dude, we've got quite an even split between Finn, Edbert, Shang, Irish are the 4 seemingly main contenders for who people... Again, this isn't their, like, vote, and again, their vote might change after talking to people, but currently, from their perspective, who they think could fill that role. And chat votes Cora. Yeah, we know chat votes Cora. So. Yeah, there's a good point that Cora said she was very, like, in team... Not team, but... Yeah, it was very, on kind of Sean's side with a lot of stuff and how that's kind of changed a bit. It's very interesting. We'll see. See what happens. Yeah. A lot more conversations we got to have, chat. Hopefully you enjoy these. I know they're quite long and all that kind of stuff, but Barry's learning a lot from these convos, and I think it's a cool like side quest to tick off like every name. So we're gonna keep doing that, and it's just a good opportunity to talk with people in the club that Barry hasn't spoken to for a while. So I know there's a lot of like Barry repeating his points and stuff. Hopefully you're okay with that, because I kind of I don't like repeating stories over and over, but you kind of have to make sure like their character, you know, in character, they know about it. This is a pretty cool spot though. Very cool spot indeed. Oh yeah, Barry's got a bunch of notes. Not just important. Basically, what I'm collecting from everyone is number 1, if they raise their hand, has their opinion changed? Opinion changed. I'm just noting whose opinion has actually stayed the same and whose... So far, Dean's opinion was the only one that kind of stayed the same, but then by the end of the conversation it had changed. Dean's one was a hard one because it was like... I'll be honest, Dean was lucky Barry was in a good mood that day. Well, not even a good mood, just he's very open to trying to get their raw opinion. He doesn't want to shut down people from giving their opinion. But holy fuck, Dean saying like, oh, Barry should step down, but then didn't give an answer of who should be PM was kind of stupid. But Barry, I'm really trying hard with Barry, not just to be like, yeah, well, fuck you, brrr. You know, I'm trying to allow Barry to really give people you're never gonna get people's actual opinions. They're just gonna give you what they're you know, they're just gonna give you the opinion that doesn't get them shot. Which you don't want in a club. You want people to be able to actually talk to you when the time's right and stuff, so. Yeah. Dean definitely came into that conversation a little bit too big for his britches. So we'll have to deal with that in a separate way somehow. To make sure that that's kind of... You can say your opinion, but how you say it... Yeah, I'm not going to let you bitch Barry. You know, Barry likes to hear your opinion, but if you start talking too much shit about him, I'm just gonna straight up say you're a fucking moron. Considering how long, you have to remember how long Barry has been doing this. Years and years and years of leading a club, not just being in a club. The first year and a half was him being in a club. The other fucking 5 years has been leading a club and growing a club. There hasn't really been a point where the club has had too much of a decline. Sure, a few people get blooded out, but then the club instantly grows back. That's what I'm excited for once this arc is done, is like, if people do get blooded out or whatever happens, building it back a bit. Which would be really exciting, and kind of going... I don't know if you've noticed, but every time someone gets blooded out, Barry always emphasizes on blooding someone new in. He's very quick to be like, oh, time to keep growing. You know, so... I think there's maybe a couple prospects that maybe are getting close, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, Flop has been, I mean... You'd hope Ziggy doesn't get blooded out. Imagine Ziggy got fucked and then Flop gets blooded in. Or maybe Flop being blooded in would scare Ziggy into ever doing anything like that again, because he'd be so scared shitless of... of him fucking... of Barry fucking over Flop. So who knows? Let's see. Anita Rye, thanks for the 5 gifted subbies! Problem with Ziggy, I said this on the day I had the chat, the Ziggy convo, is Ziggy's very good at RP. So it's like, you've got like an RP pass. If you're just extremely good at roleplay, it's hard to want to blood you out. Because it's like, well, you're just good at roleplay. I want to chat with you. I want to keep going. The thing that was good with D is, with Whippy rather, is when his character got blooded out, he still made a big arc about it after. As much as you can hate his character and say, I don't like Dundee. Most people, when they got shot by, like, their VP, might have just been like, anyway, that story's done, move on. You know, he tried to keep making it a thing, which some people might not always agree with and be like, oh, you know, oh, D's around again, D's that. But from an out-of-character point of view, he made the absolute most amount of roleplay you could with that story. You know, and that's what I always want, is just... Even when this arc finishes, hopefully there's still some cool roleplay, you know? If, say, Barry did blood someone out, you know, I'd love someone to kidnap Barry at a later point and just be like, fuck you, bitch, I'm coming to kill ya. And then, you know, and then... I never get to get interrogated unless it's literally me telling someone to interrogate Barry. I want nothing more than to someone to kidnap Barry, hang me up by my feet, and be like, Barry, I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions. And then me being like, no, get your hands off of me, you bitch. You know, I'd never get to do that. So, last time I did it was with Dundee. I think people are just a little, like... The problem is that when that happens to me, they know I'm gonna do something about it. Because of course I'm gonna roleplay, I'm not gonna just roleplay getting tortured and do nothing about it. So I don't know if that's like a bad thing, is like... No one wants to kidnap Barry because they know he'll fucking sick the dogs on him. You know, he'll fucking send Shang after him or whatever. So I don't know. But even in BBMC, I very rarely got kidnapped. At least once I became a leader. When I was like road captain. I mean, fucking Shang, fucking Shadow even kidnapped us at one point, so. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, chat, I'm a little convoed out. So back tomorrow. We'll do some more. Thank you so much for hanging out today, chat. Hopefully you enjoyed all the roleplay. If you did, can I get a big smiley face in chat? I know I'm a fucking 4-hour Andy, but, you know, I'm trying to balance with Wanted and stuff. Like, a lot of me wants to not stream tomorrow and focus getting this video done, but I know there's a lot of you that are, like, really into this arc right now, so I want to kind of keep it going for you. I appreciate so many of you watching and stuff. So plan is probably RP tomorrow. Then, depending on when Cray finishes his little RPG game, is to do Minecraft, because I really want to do that. I think that'll be a really fun stream of if one of us dies, it kills both of us and we have to restart, kind of thing. Especially how fun schedule was. I even thought it could be funny is if we do the Minecraft thing with Cray that, you know, usually he's the one that goes out and does all like the digging, get like materials or whatever. If he was the one that was like managing the house kind of thing, like what we did in schedule, I thought that was really funny. I don't know, so we'll see. Thank you guys so much for watching though. Really do appreciate you. Exclamation Discord if you want to join the Discord. If you have memes or fan art you want to post in there. Go do all that shit. I've been looking in there a bit more recently, so. Exclamation Discord if you want to join that. There's also meta chat in there if you like keeping updated with not even just Barry's RP, but RP in the whole city. I think they talk about just everything in there, so if you're a DGen for that, you know, go there. But yeah. Thank you so much, guys, for hanging out. I really do fucking appreciate it. RP tomorrow, and then, yeah. I'll always try and keep the title updated, so just keep an eye on the Twitch title if it updates. But yeah, again, if randomly I'm like, oh, I'll be tomorrow, and then I don't, there's usually a pretty fucking decent reason for it. Again, there's just a lot of stuff I'm trying to balance. I really want to try and find a consistent balance with stream and other shit. My gut at the moment saying like 4 days of stream a week, and then like, so like 4 days of stream a week, 2 days of like dedicated full on wanted shit, and then 1 day just chilling would be probably the goal, but we'll see. Yeah, I know tomorrow's cursed, I'm sorry. But yeah. Anyway, guys, thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you for the subs. See you guys next stream. Bye.